All right. We're going to go ahead and start the board meeting. All right. I'm going to start with good morning. We welcome you to our public hearing meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, October 28th, 2025. We take note that a quorum of the board is present. The acting Chief Executive Officer, County Counsel, Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We'll begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County, Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. The invocation today will be led by Canon Jamie Edwards Acton, St. Barnabas Episcopal Church in the 1st District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Toy Myers, former E3 71L United States Army from the 2nd District. If you are able, please stand.
Let us take a moment to center ourselves. Que tomemos un momento para centrar a nosotros mismos. Let us breathe deeply and remember why we are here. On this day, when many honor St. Jude, patron of lost causes in desperate situations, we lift up all in our county who feel forgotten, trapped, or without hope. Those for whom systems have failed, those waiting for healing, housing, those waiting for justice that never seems to come. Spirit of wisdom, justice, and compassion, we gather this morning mindful of the sacred trust placed in the hands of these supervisors, whose decisions ripple outward to touch the lives of millions. In every neighborhood, barrio, on every street, across this vast and vibrant county. Grant them clarity of vision and steadiness in heart. Give them the courage to act boldly for what is right, the humility to listen deeply, and the compassion to include those whose voices are too often unheard. May the work done in this room bring more justice where there is inequity, more fairness where there is exclusion, more healing where there is hurt, and more opportunity where hope has been scarce. Remind us all that the measure of good governance is found not in profit or prestige, but in the well-being of the most vulnerable among us, the poor, the unhoused, the sick, los inmigrantes, the child, the elder. May this board's deliberations today reflect not only wisdom of mind, but generosity of spirit, so that the policies shaped here build communities of safety, dignity, and belonging for every resident of Los Angeles County. Amen.
Good morning. Please place the flag. Place your right hand over your heart. If you're a veteran, you may hand salute and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag for the United States of America and to the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, and good morning. Buenos dias to everyone. And how about those Dodgers? I'm excited to introduce to you Father Canon Jamie Edwards Acton for leading us today in this morning's invocation and for grounding today's meeting with such meaningful and compassionate words. Father Jamie and his family have been proud residents of Eagle Rock for the past 20 years. During that time, he has shown extraordinary dedication to faith, service, and justice. Father Jamie serves as priest in charge at the St. Barnabas Church in Eagle Rock, where his ministry continues to unite people through compassion and purpose. He also serves as a pastor at St. Stephen's Episcopal Church in Hollywood, a vibrant, inclusive, and bilingual English-Spanish congregation that he has helped nurture into a welcoming and dynamic community in the heart of Los Angeles. Under his leadership, both churches have become a place where all are invited to belong, reflecting the diversity and humanity of our great county. Father Jamie is also a leader in the LA Sacred Resistance Movement, which supports immigrants, refugees, and vulnerable communities through advocacy, sanctuary, and direct action. Through his work, Father Jamie has helped mobilize faith leaders in congregations across Los Angeles to stand in solidarity with those seeking safety, dignity, justice, and hope. Father Jamie, we want to thank you for joining us today, and now I would like to present you an appreciation certificate on behalf of all the members of the County Board of Supervisors and the 10 million people that we collectively represent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Good morning, Los Angeles. Good morning. It's my honor today to introduce today's pledge veteran, Mrs. Toya Myers. Mrs. Myers served in the United States Army from 1984 to 1990, attaining the rank of Private First Class. She is a proud member of our county family, currently serving as a supervising typist clerk with the Registrar Recorder County Clerk's Office in Norwalk. Absolutely every day. She continues to do that, right? A resident of Compton for over 50 years, Mrs. Myers has built a life deeply rooted in service, family, and community.
In addition to her professional accomplishments, Mrs. Myers pursued her higher education at Cal State University, Dominguez Hills. Go Toros, all right. She is married to Anthony, and together they are the proud parents of 2 adult children, Antoinette and Anthony Jr. They are also blessed with 2 granddaughters with whom Mrs. Myers loves spending her free time. She also enjoys arts and crafts as well as gardening. Please join me in expressing our sincere gratitude to Mrs. Myers for her dedicated service to our country and our county, her ongoing contributions to the city of Compton, our communities, and for leading us in today's Pledge of Allegiance. Please give her a round of applause. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Here you are. Let's take this picture. Appreciate you. Thank you.
We are now going to have the scroll presentations, and we are going to begin with the wonderful supervisor from the 4th District, Supervisor Janice Hahn.
Good morning, Los Angeles. Go Dodgers. How many of you stayed up to the end of the game last night? Look at that. Wow. It's impressive. You gotta listen to the photographer.
Paparazzi knows.
You gotta listen to the photographer. When he says come up, you better come up. Okay, good morning, and it is my honor today to celebrate the remarkable career of 2 Los Angeles County firefighters, the first one being Captain Sheila Kelleher-Burko. In her 25-plus year career with our fire department, Captain Kelleher has served with dedication, excellence, and courage. She was first hired in 2000, and at the time, she was only the 15th female firefighter hired by our LA County Fire Department. That's amazing. That's where the courage comes in. Her many impactful contributions will be remembered for years to come. Having been assigned to fire stations from Gardena to West Hollywood and Calabasas, Captain Kelleher is best known locally and nationally for her contributions as the fire department's first female public information officer. And this role meant that she was on camera, talking to reporters, and showing young girls across the county the image of a woman in the role of a firefighter. Leadership, colleagues, and member of the media praise Captain Kelleher in her capacity as the voice of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. It did not matter the day or time, she delivered on bringing us the latest news and updates on major incidents impacting LA County residents and communities, always calm and cool under pressure. I first met you back in 2022 after that horrific incident when the SUV slammed into a group of our LA County Sheriff's Department recruits who were jogging early in the morning in South Whittier. I saw firsthand your steadiness and professionalism during such a dire press conference and that tragic and chaotic morning. And I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge Captain Kelleher's leadership as a founding member of the Los Angeles County Women's Fire League. Thank you for that. Throughout her career, she's always mentored others to pursue lifelong careers in the fire service, inspiring women to join the ranks, along with championing and leading the Women's Fire Prep Academy and Girls Fire Camp programs. I hear she's also a 5-time World Police and Fire Games gold medalist. Awesome. And who won't forget the particularly exciting moment in her career when she got to announce Beyonce as the Grammy winner for Album of the Year. You look so great on stage. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool.
She smelled like money.
Yeah. Captain Kelleher, as you look back on your career, I hope you take great pride in knowing that you have achieved something truly extraordinary and that you are very much appreciated and you will be missed. I also hope you know how much you have paved the way for future generations of women firefighters and how great of a role model you are for the women in the fire department. Thank you for your dedicated service to not only our fire department, but also to Los Angeles County residents and all of our communities. And now I'm going to pass the mic to Fire Communications Manager Heidi Olivia, who would like to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Heidi Oliva, Communications Manager for the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. On behalf of Fire Chief Anthony Maroney, I would like to express my gratitude to Supervisor Janice Hahn, Madam Chair Supervisor Barger, and all members of the Board of Supervisors for recognizing our dear friend and colleague, Fire Captain Sheila Kelleher-Burko, on her noteworthy 25-year career with the fire department. Known as the voice of our great department and as the fire department's first female public information officer, Sheila has served with excellence, dedication, and great courage. As Supervisor Hahn shared, before coming to PIO, Sheila worked out of fire stations from the desert to the sea, from Lancaster to Gardena, West Hollywood, and Calabasas. Her contributions as our PIO are known locally, nationally, and internationally. Sheila always delivered. She is well known by the media and has always remained calm and cool under pressure, always bringing our residents and communities all the latest and important incident information impacting LA County. Outside of PIO, Sheila was also known as a firefighter's firefighter, a mentor, and a true trailblazer. As a founding member of the LA County Women's Fire League, she always encouraged everyone to pursue lifelong careers in the fire service and was always there to not only support her peers, but she also mentored them as they promoted through the ranks. Sheila, as you look back on your career, I hope you take great pride in your many accomplishments. You are very much appreciated and already greatly missed. We thank you for your dedicated service, not only to the fire department, but also to LA County residents and communities. And today is a fitting day to acknowledge Sheila. It is National First Responders Day. We wish you and your family all the best in retirement. I hope this next chapter is filled with treasured memories and doing all the things that bring you joy with your beautiful and loving family. Thank you.
And now, please give a warm round of applause to Sheila. Please say a few words.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. I just want to start by saying thank you for taking the time to recognize my retirement. I have had the privilege of working in Supervisor Horvath's district for most of my career. And we did work shoulder to shoulder recently during the Palisades fire, and I saw firsthand how hard she worked and how deeply she cared for her community and the people that she served. It's incredible. I've also had the opportunity to collaborate with Supervisor Hahn, Barger, Solis, and Mitchell on many occasions, and they have stood behind our department in so many meaningful ways, from supporting our men and women on the front lines to backing the efforts of our Women's Fire League. They've helped make sure all firefighters have had the tools and equipment necessary to do the job safely. That includes ensuring all of our women have firefighter protective gear and uniforms that actually fit the women wearing them. Right. That matters. Thank you. Right. Those things might seem small to some, but they mean so much to the people in the field. And it was critical. And I personally know it has had a ripple effect in other industries that were facing the same challenges. And for that, they should be incredibly proud for pushing that through. It is not lost on me that I'm standing here today being recognized by a board made up of all women. When I started the job 25 years ago as one of the few females, that would have been hard to imagine. But seeing all of you lead this county with such courage, heart, and strength gives me so much hope for the next generation. This career has been an honor of my life. It has given me purpose, pride, and a front row seat to true teamwork. The community can learn a lot from what the fire service does. So thank you for the hard work. Thank you for continuing to move our department forward and our county forward. Your leadership has helped make Los Angeles County a shining example of what is possible in the fire service today, one that reflects the community it serves. It leads with passion, courage, and purpose, and it sets the standard for excellence. And as I step into retirement, I must say, you can take the girl out of the firehouse, but you can't take the firehouse out of the girl. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. And on behalf of the all-women Board of Supervisors, we wish you and your family all the best in retirement. I hope this next chapter is filled with treasured memories in doing all the things that bring you joy, spending time with your husband and twins, golfing, playing pickleball, cooking, traveling, and more. Congratulations, Julie. It's been an honor for me to get to know you.
I appreciate you. That was beautiful. Thank you.
Okay.
Supervisor Hahn, can we all do a picture with her? Would
Yes,
that be
I was
okay, real
actually going to
quick?
say that. Why don't you all come up here? Sheila, all the girls want to get in a photo.
Get up here, girl. Up front. Yeah.
Nice job.
Okay, and there's more. There's a boy. Okay, I'd like now to bring my next honoree, John Fowl, forward. Each year, one individual in the County of Los Angeles Fire Department's Fire Prevention Division is recognized for their involvement in fire prevention and community activities within LA County. This year's Fire Prevention Perpetual Award of Excellence is being presented to firefighter specialist John Fowl for his outstanding involvement in fire prevention and service activities. Am I saying your name right? Firefighter Specialist Fowl began his career with the County of Los Angeles Fire Department in 2016, and he now works at the Santa Clarita Fire Prevention Office. He has served as a firefighter, firefighter paramedic, and firefighter specialist, and his extensive experience has allowed him to step up and serve in many different roles within the department to keep our residents safe. It has been firefighter specialist Fowl's job to ensure that even with the large influx of new construction in the Santa Clarita region, plan reviews and field inspections are done safely and quickly. In fact, he serves as lead inspector for hundreds of field inspections each year, including huge events like the Six Flags Magic Mountain Fright Fest. Ooh. Firefighter Specialist Fowl is also the team lead for the Santa Clarita Nuisance Abatement Team, where he supports coordinated missions with district attorney investigators, the sheriff's department, and other various departments to hold businesses who are operating illegally accountable and enforce fire safety standards, further keeping our residents safe. On top of all of this, Firefighter Specialist Fowl somehow finds the time to also serve as the division's energy storage system coordinator. and is one of the department's training instructors. Firefighter Specialist Val's technical knowledge, strong work ethic, and various contributions have significantly advanced both training and operational capacities within the Fire Prevention Division. His dedication to training, policy development, interagency coordination, and mission leadership reflect the values of the fire department at the highest level, and we are so grateful that he is a member of our very own LA County family. And now I'm going to pass the microphone to Chief Yanagisawa. Is that right?
That's perfect.
I know. Maroney is easier to say. Say a few words.
I was 10 before I could spell.
Huh?
I was 10 before I could spell.
That's funny.
Good morning, everybody. I am Deputy Fire Chief Al Yanagisawa. On behalf of Fire Chief Anthony Maroney, I'd like to thank Supervisor Hahn and the members of the Board of Supervisors for recognizing Firefighter Specialist John Fowl as the Fire Department's 33rd Annual Perpetual Fire Prevention Award of Excellence recipient. We are grateful for the Board of Supervisors for their leadership and unwavering support of our fire department members. We are here today to celebrate Firefighter Specialist John Fowl. He is so deserving of this honor. John has displayed exemplary dedication and a commitment in his current role in the Fire Prevention Division as Fire Inspector for the Santa Clarita office. Since his entry into the Fire Prevention Division in 2021, colleagues, supervisors, management alike have conveyed John's demonstrated exceptional leadership, technical knowledge, and mission-first attitude. He has a discipline and learned it as being a paramedic and in a former career as a law enforcement officer. His work ethic, contributions, and have significantly advanced both training and operational capacities within the Fire Prevention Division. John plays a pivotal role, as mentioned, as our Energy Service System Coordinator, developing training programs and curriculum, and serving as the lead inspector for large commercial projects. John Fowl, we commend you for your 9 years of loyal and dedicated service to Los Angeles County residents and for your knowledge and expertise that you provide to all of us, your colleagues. You serve shaping the future of the Fire Prevention Division. So congratulations, Firefighter Specialist John Fowl, on this notable achievement. Thank you very much.
And please give another round of applause to Firefighter Specialist John Fowl. Please say a few words.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Hahn, Board of Supervisors, Chief Yanagisawa, for the kind words. I don't take this lightly, and I know how many great individuals have stood here before, and it is such an honor right now to be standing in front of all of you. And one thing I want to mention is that this wasn't done alone. This was done through the collaboration and just community throughout this whole department, from the chief officers, from Chief Yanagisawa, Fire Chief, Chief Maroney, Fire Marshal, Chief Stillwagon, and our battalion chiefs as well, Chief Harrelson, Chief Garrido, and Chief Gomez. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to go ahead and effectively do our job, to do it safely, but also to do it with compassion in mind and with empathy. Also, I want to thank my mentors in the Santa Clarita office, and one major being Captain Noeska, who has over 2 decades of experience, so I am truly grateful that I was able to get the experience and be trained by you. To my family, my mom and dad, thank you for raising me with morals and the kindness to go ahead and succeed in my current career and field. And my brother Pete for, again, teaching me what to look out for, and as I grow older, and he definitely has been a mentor to me as well. And the most important person I want to mention today is my wife, Tiffany. You have been such a guiding light in my life, and you've seen me in my highest of highs and my lowest of lows. And I know there is always a constant that you're by my side. I feel safe when I'm with you. You are the best thing about me, and I'm truly honored to call you, or to be called your husband. So thank you, and your dreams are my dreams, and I couldn't have done this without you. And also, I just want to finally thank God for blessing me with incredible friends, family, and a wife, and just thank you so much, and God bless.
Oh, that was beautiful. Oh my God, okay, that was beautiful. Wow. Okay, that was beautiful. And now we know you have that little award there, but we have a scroll, a beautiful county scroll. And I was going to have Chair Barger. Are you here? Because he's out in your neck of the woods. So come out here and help present this to him. By the way, Chair Barger wants to make it very clear that she has no relationship to that player on the other team. And people were texting her and saying mean things to her, but she is not related to that guy. No. Okay. Thank you for your service, not just to our fire department, but to all the residents of LA County, particularly in Catherine Barger's district. Okay, come forward.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Go Dodgers. Oh my gosh, we have 2 more games to win. Come on, there's got to be more energy than that. I was there all last night, and I am still here this morning. All right. Good morning. And thank you all for being here. I have 2 very special presentations this morning, and I want to start out in recognition of our Senate Pro Tem, Mike McGuire. Yes, you can applaud. He has been an incredible public servant in a number of capacities, but especially in this role, he has shown up for Los Angeles County in ways I can't even describe. We are grateful that you are here in Los Angeles County today, a place where your partnership has made a profound difference. You have consistently shown what public service looks like when it is rooted in community, in collaboration, and a deep commitment to the people that we serve. When the January 2025 wildfire struck, our residents faced uncertainty and devastation. And in those critical moments, you showed up, you listened, and you took decisive action to ensure that resources moved quickly to the communities that needed them. And you did it because in your own communities, you had your own experience of what it took to show up and take care of people through their pain, through their trauma. You have been an extraordinary leader. At a time when our climate is rapidly changing, your leadership has strengthened our ability to respond, to recover, and to plan for a more resilient future. And your work will continue to protect families across California in the years to come. While we first met while I was working in the city of West Hollywood on an issue of short-term rentals and a bill that brought together the most unlikely coalition, I learned very early on the kind of leader that you are, someone who brings people together, who works across difference to find common sense solutions and to make sure that everyone is heard. Los Angeles County is thankful for your partnership, your courage, and your relentless focus on delivering real results for Californians. And I was proud for a brief moment in time to be calling you our governor. On behalf of Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, I want to present you with a scroll in recognition of your leadership and service to the people across our state. And thank you for always putting our communities first, for leading with integrity, with compassion, and most importantly, in moments like this, with action. Congratulations. Thank you for all that you have done, and best wishes in all that you will do. He isn't shy, but he doesn't want to speak this morning, but we thank you. And I know that he is off to do great things. And now the next one is also incredibly special. Today we have the great honor of recognizing someone whose name is synonymous with public service here in Los Angeles County, Maria Chong Castillo. For 50 years, that bears repeating, 50 years. Maria has dedicated her career to improving the lives of Angelenos. She has served both the city and the county of Los Angeles with extraordinary commitment, unmatched institutional knowledge, and a heart for people that defines what public service ought to be. We are also honored to have former Supervisor Zev Yaroslavsky here today because no one knows Maria quite like Zev. She joined his team when he was first a city council member and came with him to the 3rd District, and she's since served 2 other supervisors. And while she's not here today, Supervisor Sheila Kuehl's gratitude is also deeply felt for Maria's partnership, her wisdom, and her heart, because no one knows the 3rd District quite like Maria. Maria's work has shaped the very landscape of our communities, from overseeing major infrastructure projects like the transformation of the Mission Canyon landfill into an open, accessible park space, to helping bring the Sheila Kuehl Family Wellness Center to life in San Fernando, a first-of-its-kind behavioral health facility whose lobby now bears Maria's name. Her leadership has been instrumental in moments of challenge and opportunity, including her pivotal role in the efforts after the Woolsey fire, and even in the successful journey of a 340-ton rock to the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, a feat only Maria could manage with absolute precision. In my first year as supervisor, Maria served as our acting chief of staff, ensuring that our new team carried forward the deep sense of purpose and integrity that has defined her career. And I will tell you, it was rare to have someone in our office who's been there with the years and experience, who showed up for our team in the way that you did, Maria. We will never, ever, ever forget it. Thank you. She continues to embody what it means to serve quietly, effectively, and always for the public good. Okay, so maybe sometimes not quietly, but you know. She also suffers no fools. We can always count on Maria to not mince words and to get things done. But all kidding aside, her candor and vast knowledge have been absolutely invaluable to all of us and to me personally. I will always be grateful to have worked with you these last 3 years. That you chose to stay has been such a gift, and I thank you for that. Your decades of dedication have left an indelible mark on this county and on the people whom you've mentored and supported along the way, and there are so many. Your legacy will live on in all of our work. On behalf of Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, it is my great honor to present you with this scroll in recognition of 50 years of service and your extraordinary contributions to our communities. You are an absolute legend, and I thank you for showing us all what true public service looks like. Before we make that presentation, I'd like to turn the mic over to former Supervisor Zev Yaroslavsky.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor. I think what month did you start in, November or August? November 20th, 1975 is when we hired Maria. I don't know how we found her, but it was one of the great finds of all time. She started out as a field deputy in my city council office, taking care of the western part of the district, Bel Air, Beverly Glen, Benedict Canyon, all those areas, and Westwood. And she cut her teeth on dealing with people where they were. And I believe, I've always believed, and I believe to this day, that the best training for governmental leadership is being a field deputy, dealing with real people and their real problems. When I became a county supervisor in 1994, of course, Maria came with us, and I assigned her the job of being in charge, basically, of projects. I call her the executioner because she executed all the things, all the great ideas that we all had. So she was the Lord High Executioner in our office. Whenever we had a problem, whenever we had a challenge, whenever we were going to build something, whenever there was a project that was going south, we always turned to Maria as the person who could fix it. And I'll just give you a sense of the resume she has. She dealt with all the beach access issues that we had on the Pacific Coast Highway. Those are not easy. She managed, she was my my county representative, my board office representative to the County of Los Angeles on the Benedict Canyon Flood Control District storm drain, which shut down Benedict Canyon Drive for about 8 or 9 months. She was the flat catcher, not me. And she was out there. And she would continue to come to homeowner meetings every time I spoke to a homeowner meeting, even though she didn't have to. It wasn't anything we had anything to do with, but I had to get elected, so I went to see my constituents wherever I could. She didn't have to do it. She was there every single time because she loved people. And the one thing about public service is you've got to love people. If you don't love people, you're in the wrong business. And if you don't love helping people, you're in the wrong business. This person is a #1 ace in the hole when it comes to a public servant. Lindsay mentioned the 340-ton rock that now sits at the rear of the LA County Museum of Art as levitated mass, a great physical sculpture. That rock had to be transported from Riverside County through 4 different counties and 22 different cities, and each one of those jurisdictions had to get a permit to take this 100-yard long truck, a platform truck, that was carrying this 340-ton rock to Wilshire and Fairfax. She was the person who was responsible on my behalf to deal with 22 cities and 4 counties. By the way, Janice, Lakewood was a problem for us. And so I called my neighbor upstairs, Don Canabe. I said, can you call the city manager and ask him to stop shaking us down on this thing? And he took care of it. That was an incredible achievement, and it would not have happened but for Maria's involvement. 3 health clinics that we built, school-based health clinics that we built in the San Fernando Valley, that was her management responsibility. The John Anson Ford Theater, the Hollywood Bowl, aspects of expansion of the County Museum of Art, I could go on and on. These were the kinds of things that we assigned her to do. And she started with me at a very young age, in her early 20s, and pulled herself up by her own bootstraps, literally, and has just been a star. And when I left office, she was my deputy chief of staff. She's family to me, and she was family to Barbara. The thing I loved about Maria, she didn't give a damn who I was. She told it to me straight, and that's what I appreciated more than anything else. Scoop Jackson, the senator from Washington, the late senator from Washington, when I first got elected, said to me, surround yourself with people who are smarter than you are, who are more committed than you are, and who are not intimidated by you. And I did. I didn't know any better. I surrounded myself with people like that. And Maria was the kind of person who I knew when she walked into my office and said, hey, you're about to walk off the cliff, boss. I listened. So what a loss it is to the city, to the city and the county of Los Angeles that she's going to retire after 50 years. But as I told her for the last 10 or 15 years, you're working for nothing. So get out there and there is a life after public service. You're going to find out, and you'll be fine. And I want to thank Lindsay Horvath, because the only thing I asked of her when she got elected, I said, for your own good, keep Maria Castillo on your staff. And not everybody listens to my advice, but you listen to that advice. Anyway, Maria, I love you. Elisa would have been here, but she had a doctor's appointment today. I was going to drag her in here to give you a hug. Our whole staff just loves you and feels very privileged to have been able to work with you, in my case for 40 years, but for the people of the county and the city for 50 years. It's a real achievement, and you are special. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Whew, thank you. So I didn't write a speech. I usually write speeches, but you never read them anyway. But so I'm going to speak from my heart. But I do want to say one thing. Zeph asked, how did he hire me? Well, I'll tell you why. So I was a college dropout from USC, and I needed a job, and I had no clue what I was going to do. And somebody told me, you need to get a government job. I said, oh, okay. So I went to City Hall. There was an advertisement of a new council person. And I said, okay. So I went up to the floor and I walked in. And Margie was secretary at the time. She was a piece of work. She was great. She ran that office. And she says, what do you want? Because that's how she talked. I says, I need a job. She says, where do you come from? I says, I'm a college dropout. She says, can you read? Can you file? I said, sure. I didn't know what she was talking about. And so I was really very lucky that a person dropping out of college with no work experience at all. And I was fortunate because I walked into a political office, a council person just, elected in June of '75, and he was only 26. He was inexperienced. He didn't know any better. And I got hired, so that was history. So otherwise, if he knew I was from SC, which he didn't know at the time, he probably wouldn't have hired me anyway. He would have never hired me. So that's how I stumbled into Zeph's office, and that's how I got hired. And then you can't do that today. You don't, you need a college degree, and certainly you don't give the opportunity of working up the ladder, which is what Zeph gave me. So he gave me that opportunity, and that I'm grateful for, and Zeph taught me how to be a public servant. And I do appreciate that very much. He taught me a lot. I worked for Zeph for 39 years. I worked for Sheila Q for 8 years, and now with Supervisor Horvath for 3 years. And the one thing, which is what Zeph did say, is that to be a public servant, it's not about you. You have to know how to deal with people, and you have to have a heart to have empathy for people. And I've always had that. It comes from my parents. And that's what I was taught. My father was a hard worker. He raised 6 kids on one salary. My mother did not work, and he was a plumber contractor. That's how I learned how to do public works projects. And he was a tough man. So that's where my humbleness comes from. And I dedicated 50 years of my life to this, and I have no regrets. People ask, what are you going to do? And I know that I've said this and I sound like a broken record, but you don't understand that, first of all, working a public servant, you are dedicated to helping people, for sure. But when you work for a politician, you're actually working 24/7. So, and then because I had so many responsibilities when I was on vacation, I wasn't on vacation. You have your phone all the time. I was accustomed to that.
I didn't mind. It was my life. So I don't know what it's like to actually be a normal person. And my children don't believe that I'm actually retiring. I dragged my kids to meetings the whole time they were little, until they became teenagers. And then, I couldn't bring them to meetings anymore because they put their foot down. But my children, that is their background as well. So I'm going to retire. I'm going to miss everyone. Your work family is your family. And this is the family that I'm leaving. However, I had trepidation because, I'm like, oh my God, all millennials, millennials, my children are millennials. And, it kept me young. And I really thank you for the energy. You're a new wave of a generation that cares and you want to do good. So please don't ever forget that. And then don't lose faith. We are coming upon really hard times. We're already in it. And we have to remember that we're here to serve the people. And now it's going to get harder for us to do that. But just, maintain your strength. The leadership that you have is wonderful. I started with a 24/7 supervisor, and I'm ending with a 24/7 supervisor. How great is that? So I leave on a good note. I still am very happy. It's what I'm doing. I could work another 10 years, but of course I'm not, because at some point you have to learn how to walk out the door, which my daughter keeps reminding me. And so, I'm happy. So I'm going to walk out the door and learn what it's like to live a normal life. I don't know what that is yet, and then after that, I'll figure it out. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I love what I do. For one thing, I also want to say that county employees are the most dedicated employees that I've ever seen, ever, hands down. And not just the public service, the public safety, but all the way down. You are the most, another thing too is people don't see that, departments, public works, beaches and harbors, library, all these public serving departments love what they do. And they work hard for the community out there. And I have always recognized that, and I know that the supervisors have too. So you are the best, and I have always shown respect for the departments, always. Because if you don't, they don't help you. They will not help you. So I've learned that from early on. I thank you so much. Appreciate it.
On behalf of Los Angeles County, we just want to say thank you, Maria. Come in front of the podium. Come in front of the podium. I'd like to welcome my colleagues to take a photo with Maria as well. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing us 2 presentations this morning.
Don't be shy now. Right.
I'll see you, Maria. I'm going to head out.
All right. Take care, Zeb.
Hey, how you doing?
Zeb.
Hey.
I'll reach out.
Okay.
Yep.
Right here?
Good morning. Come on up. Good morning. Talking about the county team. Morning. So while they're coming up, I'll begin. Each year, the Los Angeles County Quality and Productivity Commission recognizes innovative and cost-efficient projects that help our county better serve the public. The 38th Annual Productivity and Quality Awards program spotlights the county's creativity and commitment to improve services, expand access, and foster equity and inclusion. This year's theme, Resilient Today, Tomorrow, Together, reflects the enduring spirit of Los Angeles County. This spirit carries us through challenges and drives us to deliver our promise to serve our residents with excellence. There were 107 county projects submitted for awards this year, each one showcasing the resilience of the county in its work to care for the needs of the most vulnerable and underserved populations. All, and I want to say this, all our honorees here today are addressing very different challenges that require tailor-made solutions. Time and time again, county employees and our community partners rise to the occasion to solve these problems to meet the needs of our residents. This year's honorees really live up to that mission, but let me say all 107 submissions, and I think you would agree, were extraordinary. This year's honorees are the first Animal Care and Control's Vet at the Park program, the Department of Children and Family Services Contract Monitoring and Reporting System, LA County's Libraries Reading for Resilience, Library Services for All, the Community Outreach Court by the Public Defender in partnership with the alternate public defender. Yeah. Well, now you got to clap for every single one. The Department of, that's okay. The Department of Public Health for the Help in Any Language On-Demand Interpretation Project. The Department of Public Health for Protecting and Saving Lives with Safety Locks. I know that's something, Supervisor Hahn. Did you hear that? Yeah, she heard it. The Department of Public Works Streetlight Acquisition and LED Conversion Project. The Department of Health Services for Safety Matters Decreasing Staff Assaults, earning the Bronze Eagle Award. The Justice Care and Opportunities Department for the JCOD Los Angeles Training Center, which was awarded the Silver Eagle. And the Gold Eagle was awarded to the Registrar Recorder County Clerk for its state-of-the-art ballot processing center. Let's give him a round of applause. I have to say, I am beyond proud. I remember when these awards were put into play, and each year you all take it to a whole new level. And it is about collaboration, but it's also about thinking outside the box. And it's also about this board allowing you all to take your ideas and run with them. So on behalf of the County of Los Angeles, I just want to thank you all and your entire team for the work that you do. I also want to thank my commissioners, Vigo Butler and Scott Palmer, for their continued commitment to strengthen and streamline our county through ingenuity and resourcefulness, and of course the work of the commission. You all have been incredible working with our honorees. You are truly reflective of the positive impact our county can have on the daily lives of our residents. And we have one more special recognition left. I'd like to invite Bill Parent, Chair of the Quality and Productivity Commission, to introduce the Commission's Chair Leadership Award. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Chair Pro Tem, supervisors. Thank you so much for this opportunity to recognize these projects at this board meeting. And in particular, thank you, Supervisor Barger, for hosting us in this. I like that. One of the things to understand about the QPC Awards is that, back in August, senior public managers in the Public Managers Network, Productivity Managers Network, get together, and there were 107 applications. And 57 public managers sat down and ranked those along with about 8 commissioners. And I just want to report, because these awards behind you just kind of exemplify some of the themes of those 107 excellent applications. And 3 themes stand out this year as we looked at them. Number 1 is commitment to our local values in the face of federal challenges. And we see these throughout the applications, whether it's improving access, whether it's language and interpretation services, and especially the ballot processing center dedicated to our local preference for mail-in balloting and drop-off balloting, and making sure that operates with integrity. The second theme that comes through is the willingness to take on the most vexing, difficult challenges. And I think, these award winners, the one that exemplifies that the most this year for us is the JCOD transformation of Camp Gonzales. But there's a score of other applications that took on vexing problems like this. And the third one is that really made the reviewers excited is teamwork. And this is, teams within departments and teams that collaborate across departments to solve problems and develop a more efficient and productive and excellent government. And Safety Matters at Harbor UCLA exemplify these values. But again, there are another 20 applications that was a key feature. As chair, I also have the honor of presenting 2 chairs awards. The Productivity Manager of the Year Award recognizes exceptional leadership within the Productivity Managers Network. Our honoree is a committed public servant who is appointed to the Productivity Managers Network in February 2021 and has served in various commission and ad hoc committees over the last 4 years. She has been recognized by her department, the state legislature, and by industry for her excellent service. Dr. Patricia Soltero Sanchez is the recipient of the Daisy Award for Nursing Excellence and was recognized as Nurse Leader by Working Nurse magazine. With a master's degree in organizational management and a doctorate in nursing practice, she leads her department quality and productivity efforts. For the last 3 years, she has served as the PMN's PQA chair. So congratulations to the 2025 Productivity Manager of the Year, Dr. Patricia Soltero Sanchez from the Department of Health Services, Rancho Los Amigos National Rehabilitation Center. Very good. The other award is the Commission Chair Leadership Award, which goes to a department director who promotes innovation, efficiency, accountability, and integrity. This year's winner leads by example and promotes innovation, creativity, and collaboration in all aspects of the department. Chief Anthony C. Maroney has been a member of the County of Los Angeles Fire Department for 39 years and a chief officer for the past 27 years. Under his leadership, the Commission is proud to partner with the department in several innovation and life-saving projects. While operating in almost 200 locations countywide, he leads one of the largest emergency services agencies in the nation, and one that is recognized globally for its urban research and rescue team. One of only 2 highly specialized teams available for international disaster response. So please congratulate He's not here right now. He's in New York at a conference, but congratulations to Fire Chief Anthony Maroney. And here representing him is Deputy Fire Chief Eleni Pappas. Thank you. Oh, Eleni, right? Eleni Pappas. Eleni Pappas. So thank you, and now on with the show.
I'll get all the team up here, but I just want, we were just talking, we got notified that actually Chief Maroney has deployed firefighters and is it the search and rescue over to Haiti in anticipation of the hurricanes. Just another example of what an incredible department we have here in LA County. So with that, my colleagues, can we do a picture? Janice, we're gonna do a picture. Let's give them all another round of applause.
Hey, excuse me, may I sneak past you? I'm so sorry. I'll just, let's see. I think I'm gonna come right in front of you, Dr. Flynn, if you don't mind.
Okay, you can have Olivia. I'm so sorry. This is tired.
Over here?
Oh.
Get on down. Patty, don't leave without me getting a picture. So nice. I'm so excited to see you.
Brandon.
She was at my wedding 30 years ago.
I wasn't invited. All right, welcome. Beautiful. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for waiting.
Of course.
Thank you for waiting.
Nice to meet you.
All right. Because Hispanic Heritage Month spans from September to October, I'm excited to celebrate some very special Hispanic Hispanic Heritage Month honorees from the 5th District today. As I was selecting our very deserving guests for today, a theme emerged: feeding the soul. Whether it's through food, the arts, or a community connection, all our honorees are investing hope, joy, and unity into the lives of the residents of Los Angeles County. I'm deeply thankful to all of these incredible groups for the profound work they're doing to bring people together and lift their spirits. Our county is truly a better place because of their presence, engagement, and their many talents. I'd now like to introduce you to our 5th District Hispanic Heritage Month honorees. I'll begin with our local business. First, Mi Ranchito Mexican Bar and Grill, who has been serving in the Antelope Valley community since 1997. Across 11 locations, they locally owned and operated Mi Ranchitos, serving up delicious, authentic food and drinks that are beloved by residents in every corner of the Antelope Valley. Let's give a round of applause. Yep. And then next up, El Patron Mexican Food Restaurant, a true cornerstone and gathering place in Altadena, still standing as a beacon of hope. El Patron continues to be the go-to spot for Altadena residents as the community recovers, proudly showing what Altadena Strong means by reminding the community of its hope, faith, and resilience. And I saw on the news today that y'all are going Dodger Blue. That's what they were talked about. So let's give them a round of applause. And then we also have Majares Mexican Restaurant, which has been a fixture in Pasadena for more than 100 years and stands as the city's oldest Mexican restaurant. A true family affair, Majares is family-run by 3 generations, holding on to the same values and recipes that their grandmother, Jesuita, began with the business. I know that it is an amazing, amazing institution, and it was their home that they have now converted into the restaurant. So let's give them a round of applause. And then also Sweet and Savory Cafe and Bakery, which was opened in San Dimas in 2019. Inspired by her travels, owner Heidi created a fresh, diverse, and delicious menu featuring from different many cultures, and has tripled sales in the last 3 years. And if you are out in San Dimas, I highly recommend you stop by. Amazing, amazing, amazing. So let's give her a round of applause. And then, of course, last but certainly not least, Porto's Bakery and Cafe, a true symbol of Los Angeles County with its 6 locations across the region. Iconic is an understatement for Porto's Bakery. And if I get one more email from anyone in Santa Clarita asking when they're opening a Porto's Bakery, I'm going to open one for them. Their iconic yellow boxes carry Cuban cakes and pastries, and also the incredible story and legacy of their founder, Rosa, continues to this day by her children, Beatriz, Raul, and Margarita, and their incredible grandchildren. Truly a family affair. So with that, let's give Porto's a round of applause. Yeah. First, the Pasadena Latino Heritage Committee proudly hosting the annual Latino Heritage Festival that highlights the stories, culture, and unity of the Latino community with live entertainment, food vendors, resource booths, and an artisan marketplace and children's activities. This year's theme, A Proud Past, a Hopeful Future, spotlights the resilience and pride of the Latino community and the deep roots and enduring contributions that are so worthy of a celebration. I'd also like to spotlight Viva Brazil Dance Company, established in LA in 1997 with bold, culturally rooted Afro-Brazilian dance theater. They feature a signature blend of ancestral practices, street styles, and live music that addresses issues like racial and social inequity while imagining a more hopeful future. Also, About Productions, which was established in 1988 by 4 CalArts graduates to give a voice to a unique, untold stories and cultural perspectives. Their original work features the region's leading performing and visual artists and illuminates the cultural histories of Latin America, the Southwest, California, and Los Angeles. And finally, Fotocanto Dance Theater, founded in 1975, is the oldest professional Mexican folk dance troupe in Los Angeles and the first Mexican folk dance touring company native to the United States. The company presents authentically staged, fully researched, and colorfully costumed dances representing the folkloric traditions of Mexico while preserving, celebrating, and raising awareness of the Mexican culture. Can I get a round of applause for our incredible honorees? I want to thank you for your commitment to our community each and every day. Your vibrant, beautiful, and passionate work truly serves to strengthen Los Angeles County. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. Do you want to say anything? You want to say anything? Yeah.
Okay. Supervisor, thank you. I'm Vania de la Cuba. I'm the deputy mayor to Mayor Victor Gordo in the city of Pasadena. And I just want to take this moment to thank you for recognizing the diversity and the strength and the resilience and just the amazing love that we have in our Latino community and what we do every month during Latino Heritage Month to celebrate our community, inspire our community, but also every day. So thank you, Supervisor, for recognizing our small businesses that are terrific and our local groups that also promote arts and culture. So thank you all and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate, we love being a part of that. Yeah, all right, first, Supervisor Solis.
Carmen, you come over. Come on this side. Oh, okay. Or Carmen? Carmen here? Yes. Because you're going to speak. Yeah. Okay. Hello. I know everybody's enjoying themselves today. It's a special occasion for us to honor so many great people that represent the County of Los Angeles. But I have the distinct pleasure this morning also to recognize individuals that serve our county as well. Sometimes they're not always on our list. Sometimes they're in the shadows, but they work very hard. And part of our celebration today is to recognize this month, November, as National Family Caregiver Month in Los Angeles County. A time to honor the nearly 63 million family caregivers across this country who provide essential and often unpaid care to loved ones with disabilities, chronic illnesses, or aging-related needs. These caregivers, many of them right here in Los Angeles County, and some who have come here to join us, please have a seat. Siéntanse, please have a seat. And I want to recognize their leadership for being here today. So I would like to introduce them, and then I will have Carmen Roberts, who is the Executive Vice President for Local 2015 SCIU, who is here. Let's give her a round of applause. Blanca Carlos, First Vice President, Home Care Industry. Yes. Cheryl Stubbs, In-Home Healthcare Services. Marla Cibrian, In-Home Healthcare Services. And Liliana Reed, In-Home Healthcare Services. I wanted to acknowledge them for all being a part of this occasion today. They are all quite the heroes, including the ones that are sitting here in the front row, who work tirelessly to ensure that our most vulnerable community members are treated with dignity, love, and respect. They provide, as you know, essential services, both physical, emotional, and spiritual support, often around the clock, while balancing their own families, their jobs, and their own health care. This month not only is about their recognition, but it's also a call to action. It reminds us to strengthen the support systems for caregivers, provide access to respite services, to promote their education and training and resources and their mental health. Because if they're also feeling burnt out, then that shows. And we know that we have to take care of our caregivers, because they are doing the hard work right now. Many times, as I said, in the shadows, but they're not really in the shadows. If you had any one of these individuals work alongside with your family member, which I have had the experience, I know how hard this work is, and I know the sacrifices that you all have made. Today, we also take special pride in honoring the workers, our own workers, SEIU Local 2015, who represent more than 470,000 long-term care providers across the state of California, including tens of thousands of home care workers right here in the county of Los Angeles. Let's give them all a round of applause. These caregivers, as you know, are the backbone of our long-term care system, ensuring that older adults and people with disabilities can live safely and independently in their homes. SEIU 2015 members exemplify what it means to serve with heart, corazón, and humanity and humility. Their compassion and commitment uplift our entire communities, and their advocacy continues to ensure that caregivers receive respect, fair wages, and protections that they all deserve. Let us all take this opportunity to express gratitude, to say thank you, muchas gracias, to the caregivers in our lives, to offer them support, and to acknowledge the invaluable role they play in the fabric of our communities. To all caregivers, whether you care for a parent, a child, a spouse, or a neighbor, we see you, we thank you, and we stand with you. On behalf of the County Board of Supervisors, it's my honor to present this particular scroll to SEIU Local 2015 in recognition of their tireless work and leadership in advancing the well-being and dignity of family caregivers throughout our county. So I'd like to present this, and then I will have the Executive Vice President, Carmen Roberts, to say a few words. But let's take a quick photo with you. Like that.
Good morning. I'm Carmen Roberts, Executive Vice President of SEIU 2015. And thank you, Supervisor Solis, and all the members of the Board of Supervisors from all the IHSS care providers in Los Angeles County. We are extremely proud to receive this presentation. You know, home care providers know the work they do is essential, and that seniors and people with disabilities would not be able to live at home with dignity if it were for the care that they provide. But even knowing this, you know, it is always joyful when others see them and acknowledges the value home care providers bring to all of our communities. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for recognizing, lifting up, and honoring LA County, all the IHSS workers in LA County during National Caregivers Month. And I accept this presentation on their behalf. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we'll do a quick break.
Yes.
Okay, they're already. And I'm ready today. You'll be proud. What a wonderful day it's been to honor the people who make LA County run every day. So we deeply appreciate you all. So it is my absolute pleasure and honor as we celebrate our heroes, the LA County Lifeguards. Give them a round of applause. Known affectionately as the best lifeguard department in the world, they consistently rank among the top at the World Life-Saving Championships and are recognized as the largest professional lifeguard agency in the world. I bet you all didn't know that, LA County. I'm honored to recognize them before the board and the people of LA County for winning the prestigious Wieland Shield Award. So to educate us all about what that is all about, because it's significant. The Wieland Shield Exchange, every 2 years, lifeguards from Victoria, Australia, and LA County compete for this prestigious shield. From July 28th to August 18th, 2025, LA County and the International Surf Festival hosted 33 Australian lifeguards for the 28th edition of this biennial ocean racing competition. The visitors were also honored at the Lifeguard Medal of Valor dinner hosted in the 2nd District, I'm proud to say. The Wieland Shield celebrates not only competition, but also the exchange of life-saving skills, knowledge between California and the Victoria lifeguards. This fascinating competition was first held in 1967, and again, it brings together the two lifeguards groups from LA and Australia. And winning the shield reflects not just athletic excellence, but leadership, innovation, and global respect in the field of ocean safety. So the slideshow that you should be seeing behind me highlights photos of the competitors, the competition, as well as the award itself. It was a privilege to meet both teams at the dinner and spent a lot of time talking to them about their commitment to their craft and what bringing the shield home means to them. Our lifeguards are champions in every sense, but like many county departments, they've had to overcome barriers to inclusion. It was the mid-60s before LA County had its first African-American lifeguard, and 1973 was the first year that a woman served in that capacity. But today, thanks to programs like Captain Russell Walker's water program, women and people of color are not only serving, they are thriving as lifeguards. My office is proud to partner with our lifeguards in their beach safety programs and to expand access to water safety programming and job pipelines through the Junior Lifeguard Program. It's my expectation that we continue to open doors for communities that have not historically had access to these opportunities, ensuring the next generation of lifeguards reflect the diversity, the rich diversity that we know to be LA County. LA County lifeguards not only keep our beaches safe, but they are also versatile, highly trained first responders. They stood with firefighters to fight the devastating Palisades and Altadena wildfires and led the response to the toxic algae bloom, rescuing stranded sea lions, dolphins, and even 4 whales. 2 very different crises, same unwavering commitment to people, wildlife, and the environment. And none of this work is possible without dedicated leadership. So I want to recognize Chief Maroney for his steadfast leadership of the extraordinary department, and to Chief Fernando Boitier, whose vision and leadership have elevated LA County lifeguards to global recognition. Chief Boitier has led the integration of innovative technology into rescue work, partnering with the U.S. Navy to test tools like autonomous surface vehicles, which are now vital to the county's technical rescue team. In 2016, he worked alongside the Hellenic Coast Guard in Greece, helping rescue over 400 refugees and extending LA County's lifeguards' life-saving mission globally. His leadership ensures our lifeguards continue to set the global standard for innovation, humanitarian service, and professional excellence. Chief Boitier, would you please honor us by providing some words? Beautiful.
Good morning, everybody. I'm the County of Los Angeles Lifeguard Chief, Fernando Boitier. I would like to, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. On behalf,
with you, so you won't be nervous.
On behalf of Fire Chief Anthony Maroney, I would like to thank 2nd District Supervisor Holly Mitchell, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Catherine Barger, Supervisors Hilda Solis, Lindsay Hovack, and Janice Hahn for this recognition. After 13 years, California lifeguards proudly won the Wieland Shield. again, after 27, at the 27th exchange with the life-saving Victoria. The historic victory highlights a shared legacy of over 50 years of teamwork, knowledge, and rivalry. Willing Shield, held from August 1st through the 3rd of this year, is more than just a competition. It's a long-standing tradition that fosters international collaboration, skill development, and lifelong friendships. The California team included the following County of Los Angeles Ocean Lifeguards. So retired rescue boat captain Jay Bucky, Ocean Lifeguard Specialist Brian Murphy, as the coaches for the California Willing Shield team. For the athletes, Ocean Lifeguard Specialist Jake Miller, Ocean Lifeguard Stefan Blau, Ocean Lifeguard Cor Camp, and Ocean Lifeguard Lucas Pola. In addition, we had two lifeguards that couldn't be here today, Alexander Cole and Holly Main. Together, they demonstrated skill, determination, sportsmanship, and a standout performance from Ocean Lifeguards Coral Camp and Holly Main. So while celebrating this achievement, we also honor the enduring partnership and friendship between California and Victoria. Congratulations to all the lifeguards that participated.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate you gingerly saying the healthy competition. It was some fierce competition. They were serious. And I was very proud to be rooting you all on, and even more proud when y'all won. So our lifeguards embody courage, skill, and dedication, from saving lives at sea to mentoring youth to protecting coastal ecosystems. Their work ensures our beaches remain safe, accessible, and welcoming for every Angelino. The Wheel and Shield victory is more than just a competition, a competitive win. It's a reflection of their heroism, professionalism, and enduring legacy of service to LA County. So congratulations to all who participated, and thank you for what you do every day in between the competitions to keep us safe. It's my honor on behalf of the entire board. You all got individual certificates, but we also wanted to present you with a scroll signed by all 5 members of the board. So congratulations to everybody.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Give them a round of applause, please. Yay. I have to say, colleagues, now you know Coral's parents must have foreshadowed what her career would be with a name like Coral Kemp, right?
Yep, thank you. We love the lifeguards. All right, with that, Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
We will begin on page 3, set matter 1, report by the acting chief executive officer on the county's budget, including the latest federal and state policy changes with potential impacts to county staff, contracted providers, and service delivery. This item will be held for report. On page 4, public hearings, items 2 through 5. These items will be held for hearing. On page 7, administrative matters, items 6 through 8. On item 6, Supervisor Varga requests that this item be held. On page 10, notices of closed session, items CS1 through CS3. On item CS1, County Council requests that this item be continued 1 week to November 4th, 2025. The request for continuance through CS3 are before you. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
All right, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve the item. That will be the order. Executive Officer, please play the code of conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today's meeting order will be set matter 1, then public hearing items 2, 3, 4, and 5, followed by item 6, then public comment on items not held for discussion by the board, including closed session matters and general public comment, and finishing with closed session. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information and explain the speaking rules.
Good morning, members of the public. If you wish to participate in public comment, you may do so in person or remotely. To participate remotely, please visit our website, www.bos.lacounty.gov, to register and join the meeting, or you may call 213-306-3065 and use access code 2536-417-0510 and meeting password 2672025. You will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. For items not held by the board, you will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for 2 or more items. For items held by supervisors, you will have 1 minute to address the board and 1 minute to address the board on each of the public hearing items, and 1 minute to address the board on general public comment. Please clearly state your name and indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. When it is your turn to speak, if registered on a computer or device, you will hear a beep and your name will be called. Or if joining by telephone, you will hear your line is unmuted, your area code, and the first 3 digits of your phone number will be called. To ensure we hear from both in-person and remote speakers, we will alternate between the 2 speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will now move on to set matter 1, report by the acting chief executive officer on the county's budget. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on the telephone. Representatives from the chief executive office will make a presentation. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Good morning, supervisors. Good morning. This is our 4th update on the federal government shutdown. Unfortunately, the situation in Washington remains unchanged, and there are no bright signs on the horizon that Congress or the President will resolve their differences and reopen the government. And in fact, I'm just found out that another vote in the Senate has just failed. In addition, the USDA announced over the weekend that they will not release about $5 billion in SNAP contingency funds to cover food benefits starting November 1st. That is an extremely disappointing development and something that we had advocated strongly along with our partners at NACO and across the country to do. We're surveying department supervisors to better understand the financial and other impacts should the shutdown stretch into November. We'll update your board as we know more about that. For today, we wanted to focus our update on the county's urgent mobilization to help our residents through the immediate impacts of the federal government shutdown. We also wanted to respond directly to the concerns and questions you raised last week, so you have some closure on what you asked us to look into. If we can go to the next slide, please. This slide is an update of the slide we showed you last week. It illustrates when the hammer will drop on specific programs directly impacting county residents. As I reported last week, the state let us know that it will cover CalWORKs benefits and administrative costs through the end of the year. And that means we're now looking at a slightly longer runway for CalWORKs benefits and Section 8 rental and housing assistance, both of which, as of today, are expected to continue through December. However, the grim reality remains that CalFresh benefits, which put food on the table for 1.5 million children and adults in LA County, will run out in just a few days. And in fact, the LA Times just published an article with the headline, "Hunger Looms as Millions Prepare to Lose Food Aid Amid the Shutdown." Your board has rightly recognized the need for the county and other safety net providers in the county to mount an aggressive campaign to help residents through this frightening time. I'm pleased to report that departments and other agencies have answered the call for urgent action. So I wanted to turn the presentation over to Dr. Carrie Miller, who's the branch manager over the CEO's Policy Implementation and Alignment Branch. She will be joined by Angela Ovalle, Acting Branch Manager over Legislative Affairs, and by Christina Meza, our Executive Director of the Poverty Alleviation Initiative, to respond to any questions you all have. Carrie?
Thank you, Joe. I'll take the next slide, please. So although we're not seeing any positive action in Washington, we are seeing a lot of positive action here in LA County. Before I get into our efforts, I do want to highlight that the state announced last week that they will be speeding up their process for the state's CalFood program, which provides funding for food banks with active contracts. The LA Regional Food Bank is one of those contracted entities and was awarded last summer $18 million to serve that program. That is existing funding. However, what the governor's announcement did is it removes the previously defined cash advance limit so that now entities can draw down 100% of that allocation upfront as needed. And now I'll talk about our local efforts. So as you can see on the slide, LA County is well underway with its action plan. DPH pulled off a Herculean effort and executed a contract amendment last Friday with the LA Regional Food Bank in record time that adds $10 million to expand their food purchasing capacity and set up pop-up sites and drive-through pantry locations across LA County. I'm really pleased to say that all but 25,000 of that $10 million contract will be used specifically to purchase food. LA Regional Food Bank has committed to setting up additional pop-up sites and food deserts in areas of concern that the county identifies. And they've specifically committed to working with each of your offices to set up pantry sites at either CBOs or other facilities that you identify. In addition, LA Care has allocated up to $5 million to expand capacity and distribute grocery gift cards and fresh food boxes. And they've also identified an additional $400,000 for small grants to community organizations across the county. They will distribute gift cards at their 14 community resource centers across the county as well. Additionally, we use the Poverty Alleviation's dashboard to crosswalk the most impacted communities with locations of food pantries so that we could further identify hotspots that need tailored resources. Through our Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnership, we have outreach to the faith-based community and encourage them to start their holiday giving campaigns early. We also have worked with Center for Strategic Partnerships that's highlighted the need for additional support at its semi-annual funders briefing last week and has provided additional messaging and advocacy to our philanthropic organizations. Next slide, please. Our county departments have also been stepping up very proactively. As you'll see, this is a partial list of things that have been achieved to date. We're seeing an overwhelming surge of activism by our departments, and this includes a broad-based actions as well as highly targeted actions that address individual departments' clients. So for example, DHR has launched a countywide giving campaign and website for the LA Regional Food Bank. They have set up donation drop boxes that are available as of today here at the hall. There's one on the basement, and there's one on the 1st through 7th floors, all near where the entrances are. And they are available to accept donations starting today. And I am pleased to say I checked at least 4 floors, and there was food in them, so the giving has begun. Also, DEO has outreach to more than 60,000 local businesses and additional business associations to encourage them to notify people about where they can access food or donate if interested. Our Parks Department is offering free food programs to youth, teens, and seniors across all of their parks. DCFS is developing a plan to commit up to $2 million to assist its impacted family maintenance families and supplying services and goods through its prevention aftercare agencies, as well as its Partnership for Families programs. DPSS has pledged $2 million to expand capacity at local food banks. DMH will be providing groceries to DMH clients who are receiving CalFresh benefits at some of its identified DMH clinics. LACTA has identified funding to maintain housing supports for all of its clients through December. Military and Veteran Affairs has committed to helping veterans that are referred to their department to find any kind of supports or services they can provide directly to them. And Animal Care is seeking donations of pet food and supplies from philanthropy and other partners so they can provide this to the public who needs it. Additionally, the Public Library, Parks, DEO, and DPSS have all volunteered to host on-site food drives as needed. Next slide, please. And our communications campaign is also moving into high gear. DPSS is partnering closely with Countywide Communications on a multi-platform, multilingual public outreach campaign that includes some of the elements that we discussed last week. They are working hard to reach people where they are and using all platforms and formats to do this. For example, DPSS and Countywide Communications yesterday filmed 9 PSAs in threshold languages at LA Regional Food Bank. We also have activated informational banners across all LA County websites, letting people know where they can go if they have a need. Other tactics include text messaging, emails that DPS has done directly to its CalFresh recipients. Multilingual social media toolkits for departments has also been shared widely. We have outreach and engagement to ethnic and local media. We've already gotten, I know, at least 2 requests from media for interviews and stories on this. And lastly, we've been sharing regular information with our 211 so that people who don't have access to the internet or media can call 211 to get all of the information that they need. Next slide, please. I'd like to close our presentation by providing some answers to questions that your board asked us at last week's update. So for communications to residents, DPSS is outreaching to its recipients through multiple avenues across all threshold languages and has shared information with promotoras, community health workers, and more than 200 CBOs and faith-based partners. DPSS has also shared a written communications plan with your board as requested at our last meeting. Regarding impacts to childcare and Head Start, LACO has already been awarded its Head Start grant from the federal fiscal year 2025 appropriations, so its funding is secure through June 30th of 2026. In terms of other Head Start programs, they are all on different grant schedules, and so there may be some impacts in the near future depending on what those grant agreements look like, but we are working with Head Head Start advocacy organizations to monitor and respond to these impacts as other programs may be experiencing them. There's no immediate impact so far to most subsidized childcare programs. The one that we have identified that may have some potentially impacts is the USC Head Start program. It's the only one so far we've identified, but we will continue to monitor this and are working in coordination with the state's Child Care and Development Division in case there are other impacts that come about. With WIC benefits, in terms of contingency and planning, we have confirmed that all California WIC agencies, despite the cuts that have happened, are currently operational by activating other types of funding options that were available to them. And so we will continue to stay in contact with them and monitor that as well. With regard to managed care plans, as mentioned, LA Care has stepped up in allocating up to $5 million to expand grocery gift cards, food purchases, and providing the $400,000 for small grants to community organizations. We have also met with HealthNet, who is now identifying what they can do to support this need, and we will continue reaching out to the other managed care plans as well. You asked about creating a countywide giving campaign. In response to that, DHR launched a countywide giving campaign today. There's an active website that county employees can go to donate monetary contributions. And as I mentioned, there are food drop boxes on the basement and floors 1 through 7 of this building. To identify food deserts. As we promised last week, we took data that layered the highest concentration of CalFresh recipients with our local food pantries using the poverty alleviation dashboard so that we could identify where are the areas of greatest need that we need to target resources to. That information has been shared with LA Regional Food Bank already, who is actively looking at it. We will also be sharing that with our partners, board offices, and it will be posted on the Poverty Alleviation's website. We have met with deputies from each of your offices and identified potential food districts in your offices, in your districts, as well as shared this list with the LA Regional Food Bank, and will continue outreach to your offices to refine that information. In terms of following up with community colleges that you asked about, we have outreach to the LA County Community College Foundation to share information with their students about where students can find resources or donate if interested. You asked about talking points for CBOs and other partners. We sent a list of available resources and key talking points to 211, all of our partnering CBOs, including CBOs identified by your board offices. We also sent this list to all county departments, each of your board offices, and are sharing the same information with others as requested or identified as a need. In terms of collaborating with the Office of Food Systems, Christina Meza from the Poverty Alleviation Initiative met with them last week and has been in contact with them and will continue to explore opportunities for expanding that partnership. Currently, they are working on linking food resources with CBOs in high communities. For exploring resources available in state sub-accounts to cover CalFresh, LAIR confirmed that the Child Poverty and Family Supplemental Support sub-account is statutorily restricted and would require legislative changes in order to fund SNAP benefits. LAIR also confirmed that the state safety net reserve has also been fully exhausted. LAIR talked to the Department of Finance to ask if the Special Fund of Economic Uncertainties is available to assist residents. They indicated that this is not available at this time. And with that, I'll turn the presentation back to Joe.
Thank you, Carrie. Supervisors, I'll just close with a couple thoughts. The first is that this plan represents phase 1. As we extend into November, we're going to have to look at phase 2, which is what additional interventions or supports are needed in addition to our own budgetary impacts to cash flow, grants that we operate that aren't showing up. We're becoming aware of other things, partnerships we have with the federal government that are stopped right now because there are no federal employees operating these programs, and calls go straight to voicemail, and they're not going to be back until either the government reopens or there's some stopgap solution for them to get back to work. So we're continuing to work on that. We have surveys into all departments to better understand what the impacts look like. And I wanted to just close by thanking Carrie and her team. They've done a lot of work on this, and the department heads too. They've really stepped up, put their own resources on the line. I think everybody recognizes how important this is, so I want to thank them for their collaboration and support. And with that, we'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Joe, and to your team for all the work that you're doing to assess and respond quickly, the best we can, to this federal shutdown. I'm really impressed about how quickly, how you have organized and really pulled together our resources to help those who are going to have some very tough times. But I always want to say, I think as bad as things are now for some people, I think the real crisis will begin when hardworking LA County residents see their health care premiums double. And then you're going to find people who can't afford health care. And then we're going to go back to the way it used to be before the Affordable Care Act, where people could have one illness or one accident and it completely wiped out their savings. So the Affordable Care Act was put in place to make sure that everybody could have health care that was affordable. And these government subsidies were for the poorest, the lowest of the income folks, to make sure that even they could afford their premiums and their health care. So I hope our friends in Congress keep fighting to extend those health care premiums subsidies, because I really think that's going to be the bad time. And I don't know if we realize how tough that's going to be for most people. But while they keep fighting for that, I really appreciate the county meeting this moment. And while we certainly can't backfill $320 million a month in CalFresh benefits, I really appreciated the fact to watch you outline marshaling the resources, particularly to get food to people who need it during this shutdown. Between the $10 million for the LA Regional Food Bank, the $5 million for LA Care, the $2 million from DPSS, $2 million from DCFS, we have real resources to help lessen the pain from the SNAP cutoff. And one of the slides talked about our Department of Mental Health, who is going to provide groceries to their clients whose CalFresh benefits are disrupted. Wondering what is their plan? Are they going to buy the groceries? Is it going to be through gift cards? Are they just going to access the regional food bank? Do you know how they plan to do that? And can we lean in with them and help them?
Absolutely, Supervisor. I know that DMH is in contact with DPH now, or DPSS now, to figure out what the best way and mechanism for providing those supports, but we can absolutely follow up and make sure that happens.
Because I really appreciate them also stepping up. I just want to make sure we all lean in and help them figure out how to best provide groceries. I do like the fact that we're doing a great outreach with donations for philanthropy. I also like that you're activating our faith-based community because, again, this is where our faith-based community, I think, does really well. They really like to show up and do something like collect food, collect donations for food, and I really want to encourage that and let us know in our own districts how we can do that. I know my church that I go to is very interested. They're not quite sure what to do. Should they collect money and just give it to the LA Food Bank? Should they collect groceries? Who should they get those groceries to? They had a lot of questions for me on Sunday, which I didn't know the answer to. What would you suggest for our faith-based communities to get involved and help out?
I love that question, thank you, because this is something we really are trying to push hard. One of the things that we will be communicating actually at the faith-based recognition breakfast that's happening tomorrow is that one of the things that faith-based communities can do is just start their donation campaigns early. We know that there's always a big push around holidays to get people to donate and to provide resources to those in need. We're asking that they start those campaigns early because people need the help now. And so it would be great to start early with that. We also are looking at any ways that faith-based communities want to collect food, provide donations to our local food banks, and volunteer their time. The food banks not only need food, they need volunteers because
Yeah.
as people come, they need people to be able to staff the sites.
Yeah, so I'm thinking every church has some form of we used to call it a church bulletin, right? Or little newsletter or something every church does. Is there a quick one sheet of what you just said that we might get to our various churches so they could put it in their Sunday bulletin? They're always looking to fill up the bulletins with something interesting. This would be really good. And if you could provide exactly what you just said, we could get it out to all of our churches. Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And again, really appreciate what you've done so quickly. It's going to mean a lot to people who are going to be hit hard by this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, I think I have to just start today with, for me, is stating the obvious, but it may not be obvious to all. But, you know, whatever your political orientation, whatever it may be, withholding food from people who earn so little that they qualify for a food subsidy is inhumane. And to know that the federal government has a $5 billion SNAP reserve, and they are choosing to not use it as a bridge during this government shutdown to give food to people who qualify for it is inhumane. I just think that the conversation has to start there. It is inhumane, and we see you. Thank the county for doing all that you can. I'm proud that we've got a poverty alleviation program that has good data to make sure that we are prioritizing our resources in areas and to people who need it the most. Thank you for the follow-up on questions we raised last week. You talked about the LA County Community College Foundation. I want to make sure that all of the community college districts within the county are supported by that foundation, and not just the LA Community College District. So we have several districts. So Compton is one, Supervisor Solis, I'm sure, represents other, Rio Hondo and others. So I want to make sure that all of our community colleges are receiving that. You know, as we talk about food drives, I remember reading recently, you know, what we learned through COVID. And that when we heard from people who relied on the regional food banks, and they said things like, it's great to get cereal, but if I don't have milk, it's not helpful. It's great to get hamburger helper, but if there's no ground round, it's not helpful. So I hope that we've learned from those experiences and that we're thoughtful in terms of what we donate. Cooking oil, spices, powdered milk, ground round if you've taken hamburger helper. So I hope that what we provide to food banks as individuals who are donating is going to authentically and truly meet the need. I learned from DPSS employees that we certainly don't want to challenge the eligibility of people who receive CalFresh, so don't give cash because we don't want them to then have their eligibility compromised. So gift cards, I think, is what's most appropriate. To Supervisor Hahn, I couldn't agree with you more. I had the opportunity, ironically, this past Sunday to visit a number of churches, 4 actually in the 2nd District, and was literally moved to tears by Bishop Fisher at Greater Zion in Compton, who stood up and asked his congregants who were CalFresh recipients to raise their hands, and timidly hands went up. and he asked them to come forward, and the church is committing gift cards to each parishioner who is a CalFresh recipient. So I think in addition to the food pantries, we need all of our partners to stand up, like LA Care, HealthNet I've heard, to put some money on the table. Hopefully through a very short bridge period to help people eat. It is just that basic. I am relieved to know that CalWORKs, some subsidized child care will continue. But when I hear about, Head Start being questionable, I'm deeply concerned because children who qualify for Head Start, they are from the families who qualify for CalFresh. And the most foundational element of child care is the fact that children eat while they're in care. Breakfast and lunch, and in some programs, dinner also. So we have to think about the ripple effect. If my SNAP benefits stop and my children aren't in child care or Head Start, they don't eat. And so I think it is just that elementary that we all need to, on a cellular level, understand the inhumanity of this action. I'm concerned that if we continue county operations beyond our current cash on hand, for instance, the food distribution or the housing support, is there any precedent for federal reimbursement after a shutdown? I think that question perhaps is best directed at Lair.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. So during previous shutdowns, in cases where states fronted money to keep federally funded and state-administered programs, mandatory programs, like CalWORKs going during a shutdown, the federal government has reimbursed the states once a new appropriations bill has been signed. However, currently we feel that the state and the county would be taking a significant risk using our own resources to cover gaps because it's unclear how long the shutdown may last or whether the administration would in fact reimburse those costs once the shutdown ends. Last week, the administration indicated that they do not plan to reimburse states for backfill of SNAP benefits, and any reimbursement would require congressional action.
The inhumanity of it all. Clearly, it is a risk that LA County must and will take, with 1.5 million LA County residents who are SNAP beneficiaries. Far too many of them call the second district home, but countywide, it's a risk. It's clear that we have no choice but to take. I'm sure that we're aligning our federal and state advocacy with our local messaging around this issue, and I know that CSAC is engaging in conversation. I chair the Health and Human Services Committee for CSAC. I'm sure NACO is all over this. It's going to be a rough week and weeks thereafter in LA County when people are being told that they, all be they eligible, are not going to receive their food subsidies.
And just
Thank you,
very
Madam
quickly,
Chair.
Supervisor Mitchell, to the point about the contingency fund, just this morning, Governor Newsom joined 20 states in suing the administration to have them access that contingency fund for SNAP benefits.
That's the $5 billion reserve account that is designed for SNAP. It is not a general reserve. I understand the administration has suggested that they're going to hold those dollars in case we need it in an emergency. I hope that the federal administration will step up and help a fellow man as this storm is very likely to touch down. And doesn't do photo ops where he throws paper towels at people. So thank you for that. I hope that that lawsuit will help free those resources for people who are entitled to them and need them today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate the comments made by my colleagues. And
the presentation, and glad to see that you're following up on a lot of suggestions that we made. Appreciate that, and I'm sure there's going to be more that we can add to it. One thing I learned during COVID is that sometimes traditional places that exist, folks don't always show up at those places to get goods, food in particular, and I know that happens to be the case in the immigrant Latino community. One thing that we utilized that worked also for us, and I'm just talking about my district, I don't know if it would work in others, but we would coordinate with swamp meets. Because you have people there that are poverty level. They go there, they shop because they don't have, you know, a lot of what they do is cash base, or they are on the verge of, you know, just barely surviving. And I would hope those are same families that we help. Their children are also many times mixed status. So I want to make sure that we're looking at that and how we can coordinate. And I'm happy to hear that we have LA Care on board. Let's go after the other healthcare, the Health Net, Molina Medical, all the others. And they're also giving $5 million, but also $400,000, I think you said, in gift cards, which is great. And they're using their centers, their 14 centers that they have. What are we doing to utilize our community centers, not the parks, because that's happening, but they also, in some cases, give limited food. Why are we resourcing that right now, and can we do that?
Yes, Supervisor, we are, one of the things that we've been talking to your offices about is trying to identify within your districts what those spaces are. We are working with LA Regional Food Bank on that, who's very open to exploring other partners. And so that conversation has begun, and we are looking into what are those other resources and facilities that we can be using, CBOs, other organizations that we can work with.
Yeah, and I just want to underscore, I say that because there are many people who are afraid because of the pending raids. They don't want to be in a line. They won't sit in a car. And granted, they may not even walk up to a place with the cart to get their food. So we've got to think also what that means in terms of our outreach and how we need to work smart on that. I guess you raised an issue regarding our LA County Office of Education. They're working with the child care centers and those facilities, but we have a lot of state-run child care facilities that deal with toddlers and that. I don't know that they're really in our mechanism, and I would like to make sure, because I know we have one in East LA at our Civic Center that is state-funded, and they do give meals and what have you, but we need to find out all of those that are in our, so I think that's really critical. The other thing in terms of partnership is we have a lot of federally qualified clinics that serve people that we represent, and they are their first, kind of community center where they go for a lot of care, a lot of different things, not just immunizations and medical treatment, but can we extend maybe our services to them and help them out with regional food bank with additional foods, because some people will go to meet their appointments, and that might be a way of at least letting them know, here's a handoff, here's information available to you as well. I think that is really critical. And I think one thing I would like to ask is, I know we're reaching out, the Center of Strategic Partnership, philanthropic partners, have we had any hard commitments? Any hard commitments coming in?
We have not had a hard commitment yet, but we do have one interested foundation that expressed some interest last week and is actually taking a proposal to their board for consideration. So we're hoping to have more information on that either later this week or early next week.
I would just say that in the course of the last 2 weeks, I've been at different funder virtual meetings, and we're asking them for assistance for our resiliency funds for small businesses. Many of these same funders, I think, could also get this same message. And I think it would be worthwhile, because many of them would probably want to opt to help us in this manner. And then lastly, I just want to ask the Office of Immigrant Affairs, what role are they playing in helping us, aside from just identifying some of the groups that they work with, who are also on the verge? Many of those people that they work with, CBOs, are impacted very heavily. They're also getting cutbacks from federal funding. What are we doing to reach out to them and asking them what ideas perhaps their providers can also give us to better target our outreach and service? I think it would be worthwhile for you to have them host something so we get that feedback right away. And they know also what it is we're doing, because my sense is everybody has their head down right now and they're worrying about their own budget, CBO budget, but they're not thinking, well, what else is there and how can I partner with the county? So just as a suggestion, okay? Thank you very much, and thank you to the CEO and to all of you. And the departments that also stepped up. I think we have other departments that should be doing the same, if they can, and I would encourage us to do that. And one last thing, the boxes. Are they gonna be at all our departments outside of the hall? Are we gonna place those in other departments that, like, I'm thinking of DPW, I'm thinking about health, DHS, everything. Fire department, they collect toys, they collect food, huh?
We can certainly look into that. I will say that just while we were waiting to come up here, the Department of Economic Opportunity asked for some boxes, at least at their AJCC centers, as a starting place. So I'm sure we can get those put in other locations as well.
Right, okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think given the where we are with this government and the comments that have been made already to address that, I know that we're all deeply concerned about how long this could last and the depths to which the harm will be caused. I want to thank you for today's presentation. Most importantly, for your swift and coordinated response at a time of need like this. I think this shows the best of what Los Angeles County can do, and I thank each of you for the role that you've played in helping this come together. I too am deeply concerned about the toll that this shutdown will take, especially the nearly 1 million households who will lose access to CalFresh in a few days. I appreciate that we have mobilized quickly, and I thank you for launching a county-wide giving campaign and adding a donation box here at the Hall of Administration. I'm also very grateful to our partners in the 3rd District who have already reached out to my office and are ready to help address the need. When I see the messaging that's coming out, I saw the weaponization of the USDA website, for example, in what this ongoing conflict is in Congress. It's just deeply disappointing to see disregard for what these institutions are supposed to be to our country and how we're supposed to be supporting our communities. But I know that LA County is operating differently. And I know that this presentation mentions the public outreach campaign and communications to CalFresh recipients. But I think we missed the information that we would like to see go to the broader public about what's happening right now with CalFresh. So how are we making explicitly clear what is happening? Because I think there will still be people who, despite the conversation we're having here today and each of our respective social media posts and newsletters and everything, there will still be people who are not aware, and you have access to their information. So how are we directly reaching out to them?
I think that's an excellent point, Supervisor, and it's one that has been concerning to us too, because as we've been reaching out to a number of partners outside of the county family and within the community, we were surprised about how many people did not have this on their radar or knew that this was coming. And so it's something that we're concerned about as well. I know that there's some communications that our countywide communications team is putting out, I believe tomorrow. They're starting to push messaging out. We're getting additional requests for interviews so that we can get information out into the media. But we definitely do need to do more and think about other ways to get this out so that people really understand what's happening, where to go if they have a need, and if they want to donate, where to go to do that. So we will continue to work on that.
Thank you very much. I see spectrum in the room. I'm sure there are others who are listening and following this, and I thank you all for making sure that the message gets out to the broader public. How are we coordinating that messaging across departments as well to make sure that people are getting consistent, reliable information?
So one of the things that we've done on that front is we've added banners to every county website about exactly where to go or where to donate. We have created a list of what we're calling talking points, but really it's a resource list and a guide to if someone shows up at your office, what to tell them. And we shared that consistently across all county departments. We've shared it with our CBOs. We've shared it with your board offices. We shared it with 211 LA so that everyone who calls 211 will also get that same message. And we are looking at other places and other ways to share that information. We did share that with the faith-based community as well in case they get questions about what that is. We're trying to figure out how we make sure, especially in this very dynamic, moving situation, that everybody's getting clear, consistent information, and we're looking for all ways to do that. So we're also open to other suggestions if folks have ideas about how we can get that out. We're very interested in hearing that.
It seems like the CEO's office is really leading in this coordination effort, but I also know that we have the Office of Food Systems, and so I want to make sure I understand, especially because that office was created in part to lead the countywide food coordination after we saw challenges during the pandemic. So what role are they playing in developing and implementing the county's internal action plan?
Thank you so much for that question, Supervisor. We've been working directly with Paula Daniels, who's doing a phenomenal job of collecting resources and information across all of the community-based organizations who are expressing high need, documenting what those needs are. And as your offices are sharing some of the CBOs that you all would like us to work with directly, we will be sharing that information with the Office of Food Systems as well. So that way we're coordinated in responding to that need that we're both documenting.
I think that's really important. I know they play a unique function within our county ecosystem, but I want to make sure that the whole purpose for which they exist and all of the lessons learned that they have developed are actually benefiting us as we're dealing with this new crisis before us. So thank you, Paula, for being here. Thank you for your leadership and continued partnership with the county, and I'm glad to know that we're coordinating. So if the shutdown continues past November, how long can we sustain this level of support?
Supervisor, I can take that question. I think the answer is we don't know. We don't know because we don't know what all of the impacts will look like after November. It's one thing to make funding available for additional supports to the food bank and having departments use their own resources to plus up where they can. It's another thing to have our own funding fall away in different areas and then have to deal with multiple different cracks in the dam, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things that we're focused on now, and I mentioned it before, is really understanding from departments what is on the horizon. And as we get past November, I will say things get scarier, and then it will get a lot more difficult for us to sustain interventions and supports while also trying to manage our own issues. So we'll have more on that once we have a better sense of it, but we are definitely looking at that as phase 2.
Yeah, I think it's important that to note that while we're all here at this board meeting, which we have regularly, and speaking, sort of within the constructs of what this experience is, it is very scary. And while we're trying to have a very calm conversation, the reality is devastating. And I don't think that's lost on anyone here. I think the conversation that we're trying to have reinforces just how important it is for our federal government to be showing up, because we cannot fill all of the holes. And so I think it's incredibly challenging on every level that we're trying to address. I'm also particularly worried about our young people and our families who are impacted, and would love to see what we can do to outreach to youth who have exited care and are on CalFresh. I see our director from DCFS here. So is that something that you think is possible?
Good morning, Supervisor Brandon Nichols, Director of the Department of Children and Family Services. Yes, we are prioritizing supporting our transition age youth. We worry about them going hungry and not having food. It's unconscionable to think about. It gives me goosebumps and breaks my heart to think about hungry kids. So absolutely, we have plans to get food out to them.
And for other families who are not in the system but also connected?
Yeah, so we have a plan. You'll receive a letter soon to distribute up to $2 million worth of food through existing contracts. We've looked at 3 contracts that we have today that serve families and have food support. I have delegated authority already to amend those contracts by 10%, and it's my intention to amend those contracts, put money we've identified into them, and deliver food directly in a community way out to families through those contracts.
Thank you for that. I think to echo Supervisor Hahn and Supervisor Mitchell, this is, I would argue, not just a governmental crisis, it's a moral crisis that we are even, even having to consider the kinds of questions that we're tackling right now. And so people stepping up to help those who are most vulnerable, this shouldn't be a difficult decision. It should be something that's very easy to prioritize. And so I thank you for the work that your department is doing and for everyone who's presented here today to try and bring some support where people are feeling even more insecure based on what the federal government is doing right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I listened to our conversation about making donation boxes available, I was just hoping that maybe we could put a list on the top of donation boxes to provide some guidance to people about what folks have said they would find most useful. This is not the time to purge your own pantry and bring canned goods that are close to expiration. This is not the time for that. So if there could be a list, just to provide people with some guidance in terms of what folks who've received support from food banks, who say they find the most value in, so we could stretch our own thinking about what a most helpful donation would be, that as we grocery shop, buy 2 of an item that our household needs to put into the donation box.
We love that idea, and in fact, DHR has that on the website that they launched for the giving campaign. It has desirable donations and a list of some tips of what is most useful.
If we could print that and put it on the box, so
yes,
as people are making their donation, they're reminded of what's most helpful.
We can do
Thank
that.
you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I also want to thank you, Joe and Carrie, when Supervisor Hahn was asking about the information provided for the churches. If anyone can do it, it's you. I mean, you are, and your team do a tremendous service for this county, so thank you for your work on this. Just out of curiosity, and Joe, I don't know if you answered this or you touched on it. It's my understanding that even if the vote takes place and let's say it opens, it still takes a week or 2 for things to start to kick back in. Is that correct?
My understanding is, yes, that is correct. So as of today, there will be a gap. There isn't,
Right.
like even if they open the government today and then put all the money back in SNAP, there are mechanical and operational things that need to happen to get the money into the cards, and there will be some gap. Well, I don't know how long that gap is, but as of last week, that deadline passed for us to have a seamless transition into November.
Thank you for that. I echo my colleagues. I mean, I don't care which side of the aisle you're on. This is immoral. And I think my frustration is that, to Supervisor Mitchell's point, when you look at our budget, health and welfare make up a majority of the funding that we provide, which are to the most vulnerable population in LA County, whether it be DCFS, DPSS, probation, across the board. It impacts across the board and does not discriminate in terms of where it's going to impact in LA County and actually in the state. So thank you for your work. I hope that we can get the word out beyond our county family, although I know this county and I see the generosity during COVID. I saw it. I will see it, I'm sure, again, as people step up and help us get through this to help those that need it the most. So with that, Supervisor Solis.
Just a quick question. Brandon, I know that you've done so much in the area of foster care, and we still have a lot of parents, foster care parents, that are struggling too. And sometimes they're on a limited strap budget. We know that. And are we doing anything to reach out to make sure that the children that they're overseeing, that they have sufficient food as well? I mean, now it's an added, right? So any thoughts on that?
A lot of details there, Supervisor, but bottom line, our plans are not perfect, and I will admit that. There are holes in the food we can provide and the populations we can get to. We're trying to fill in those holes, and one of the ways we're going to fill in holes, which will assist foster parents as well, is we're going to buy grocery store gift cards. We're going to deploy them in our regional offices, we're going to give them to social workers, and we're going to give them to our group that oversees transition age youth. And if they run into a family, a foster parent, a kid that is hungry, I mean, with appropriate controls, because it is real money, we don't want fraud, but they'll have gift cards at hand to give out to people that need them.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, again, to your entire team, thank you. All right, Executive Officer, are there any members of the public that wish to comment on this item?
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers that have signed up to speak on this item. As a final reminder for remote participants, to be placed in the speaking queue to address SEP Matter 1, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Roy Humphreys, your line is open. Please begin. Roy Humphreys, your line is open.
Yes. Okay. Can you come back to me? I lost my computer.
All right.
No, this is your opportunity to speak on this item, so we'll go to the next speaker. Next speaker.
Caller 850-305, your line is open. Please begin.
Yes, my name is Jason. I'm a smoker's can beer.
Please continue.
Cool. I'd like to speak on all the waive items during public comment. So the other day I'm down on Figueroa with a chick, and I paid her $5.
Sir, this is not public comment. This is on SEP Matter 1. So go back in the queue if you want to speak on public comment. Okay. Next caller.
Caller with phone number 818-645, your line is open. Please begin.
Thank you. And I share the board's moral outrage about the, cutting back on the help for the food help for, I thought I heard 2 million kids across the region, but maybe somebody said 1 million families. It's terrible. And that was a very nice and lengthy presentation. I think the Board of Supervisors deserves credit for remembering that the public needs to just appreciate Maria Chong Castillo and others. And it was great to see Zev down there, also the big boss. And I mean, this is just a wonderful homecoming. It's a pity we couldn't get Joel Bellman out and Randy Tahara from the good old days. But still, I really do appreciate the self-commemoration endlessly for hours, while we cannot face the real story, which is painful. It is painful. That said, county workers have great jobs, and one thing that there is no law that would prevent, you can check with county council if she still works there. And let's make
Caller with phone number 626-390, your line is open.
Excuse me, can you assist Executive Office with this individual? All right, next caller.
Caller with phone number 626-390, your line is open. Please begin.
Here, Mr. President Trump, Governor Newsom, Honorable Judy Chu, Mayor
Sir,
Braun,
you're being
and LA
disruptive.
Board of Supervisors. The Alpha team was formed with Susie Wiles on 9/15 to address gun violence, combining the capabilities of DOD, DOJ, FBI, and local police. The technology can be used for fire prevention, evacuation, homeless, DPSS, CalPresh, and to protect schools. With the LA Board of Supervisors, join the Alpha team so we can build Stargate life support for Los Angeles and release the $238.5 billion federal budget. And there's an incentivization plan for all public servants wishing to enroll. Request start date December 3rd to mobilize our workforce, treat PTSDs, and this is backed by Japan, Masayoshi-san, Larry Ellison, Sam Altman, and President Trump by $500 billion budget on 121. Colin Campbell, District 5, an epic Dodger 18 winning game. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one in-person speaker who have signed up to speak on this item. Dr. Azrullah Mohammed, please come forward and staff will assist you.
All right. Thank you. Who did you call forward to speak?
Azrullah Mohammed for Set Matter 1.
I think that was him. I think he did. Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Can we close that door, please?
Can we have someone please close that door?
Yeah. Thank you.
Please begin.
Chair and Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity to comment. This budget discussion reflects the same prevention governance logic I first documented under ADA protected conditions during my January 21st, 2025 interactive process meeting. By linking federal and state impacts to county operations, the discussion now moves toward the fiscal alignment and workforce stability principles established in the Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline and the B2C3A Pipeline Prevention Frameworks entered into the public record on April 10, 2025. I offer this statement solely to preserve factual accuracy and ADA-protected record continuity, because prevention, like budgeting, only holds if the record does. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item.
Oh, come on. I know. That scared me. We're going to take a brief recess.
All right, we are going to be back in session. Executive Officer,
We still need to receive and file the report.
we're going to move to public hearings.
We just need you just have to say, hearing no objections, and that'll be the order.
I'm sorry?
So it concludes public comment, and the report will be received and filed. Just need your approval that we're going to move forward.
Without objection, so ordered.
Okay. Now we are moving to public hearing items, and we can swear in the members of the public. Members of the public, including in-person and remote speakers who are requesting to address the board on the public hearing items, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in. So these are the public hearing items. Please note in the testimony you give before this board, you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. We will now move on to item 2, hearing on the annexation of parcels within unincorporated territories of Castaic and Twin Lakes and the cities of Azusa, Bradbury, Glendora, Rolling Hills Estates, and Santa Clarita into the Consolidated Sewer Maintenance District and the levying of sewer service charges within the annexed parcels. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on a telephone. A departmental statement was submitted and no correspondence was received. Representatives from the Department of Public Works are available for questions. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
All right. Seeing none of my colleagues have any questions on this item, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers that have signed up to speak on this item. We will go to remote speakers. Caller with phone number 850-305, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Yes, my name is Jason. I'm a smoker scan viewer. As I was saying earlier, the other day I was down on Figure over this chick, and I paid her $5 to introduce my penis to the inside of her mouth, and she was telling me that she was having issues down there with you guys. And she said I should maybe call in and see if we can get something done about it because the issue she was having was
Are you speaking on item 2?
Hold on, let me make sure. Item 2. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry about that. As I was saying, I was speaking on item 2. Is that okay?
All right.
Okay, caller with phone number 81. Please continue.
Yes, my name is Jason. I'm a smoker scan viewer.
Okay, we will go to our next caller. Caller with phone number 818-645. Your line is open. Please begin.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City. And I'd like to thank Public Works for overseeing a fairly large, set of projects. And it's a big group. And including in that group is the water group out in the Malibu area. And thank you to Horvath and all the 3rd District people who are trying to help restore service where needed and whatnot. But, there's the low-hanging fruit. And there's a couple of older legacy properties that have their lines aren't split, and it's caused great harm to an older person. And it's funny because we raised it up, and we thought Pastrella heard that, let's just take care of it, but I guess he didn't. Instead, it's the same story. Now we can't even get access to our own water bill, and we have the bad actor partner. So it's super strange, and I was hoping Public Works was going to help, but I guess at the end of the day, there's a limit to what folks can do. They just want to hold the county line and allow
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. That concludes the time for public comment on this item, and it would be appropriate to close the public hearing.
Madam, item 2 is before you.
All right, I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
We will now move on to item 3, hearing on the proposed vacation of a portion of the alley west of Alameda Street and north of 134th Street in the unincorporated community of Willowbrook. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on a telephone. A departmental statement was submitted and no correspondence was received. Representatives from the Department of Public Works are available for questions. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
All right, seeing no members of my colleagues wishing to address this item, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public that have signed up to speak on item number 3.
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers who have signed up to speak on this item. We will go to our remote speakers. Caller with phone number 850-305, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Yes, my name is Jason. I'm a spokesman viewer. About the alleys down there, I think the issues with the alleys they're having are the same thing they have one down on Figueroa. Because the other day I was down on Figueroa with this chick, and she was telling me how she would have to go up on her prices, and I'm saying like, all right, it's kind of a problem because me having to pay more than $5 for a dry rubbing tug is going to be an issue, but her wanting to go up to $5.25.
This is item number 3. This is item number 3 regarding the north of 134th Street, west of Alameda Street alley.
Yes, and about the alleys, how to get done. I was trying to explain how the issue they were having the same one they were having down on Figueroa kind of applies the same in the issue the way they solved it because the issue they were having down on Figueroa, I was trying to tell her that, all right, well, all she was telling me that she was trying to save up money so you can go on eBay and purchase one of those dolls. They give you the point where you were touched. And I was like, that's cool and everything, but I'm not going to pay more than $5 for a dry rubbing tug. Even if she's going to, spend on that thing and do whatever, I don't think it can be done. So the LEDs.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, there are no other remote speakers to address the board on this item. That concludes the time for public comment on this item, and it would be appropriate to close the public hearing.
Madam Chair, the public hearing is now closed. Item 3 is before you.
All right, it's moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0. We will now move on to item 4, hearing on the 2024-25 fiscal year-end report for the library facilities mitigation fee funds. For members of the public joining us remotely, to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on a telephone. No departmental statement was submitted and no correspondence was received. Representatives from the LA County Library are available for questions. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Seeing no questions or comments from my colleagues, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public that wish to testify on item number 4.
Will the following individual please come forward and staff will assist you? Dr. Ezrullah Mohammed. We will now go to our remote callers. Caller with phone number 850-305. Your line is open. Please begin.
Yes, my name is Jason. I'm a spokesman viewer. So the other day I was down to figure over this chick. I paid her $5 to introduce things out of her mouth with my penis. And she was telling me how every day down there she's having issues with the guys not bringing the proper change because she's not a banker or anything. So she only, touch the fuck for $5 worth of heads and the heads you getting free. So we could have the guys maybe bring exact change when they run down to Figueroa because I think, us being able to having proper, exchange between, services and goods because my goods are my baby batteries that I release out there once in a while. And their services are the inside of their mouth that have a warm place to lay for a minute there to do that. But I think if we can get something done about that, it'd be nice. Because, it's only $5, guys. Somebody coming down there with 20s, 50s. The hoes ain't got more than $5, to spend on a little shake today. So, get your money right before you come down there and you bring the guy there. They have 2-for-1 stuff going on. It's $7. They cut you out with
Thank you. There are no other remote callers to address the board. We will now go to our in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good afternoon. The Library Capital Improvement Plan embodies equity as infrastructure, a principle that originated in my ADA-protected disclosures and was later formalized in the Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline and the BDC-3A pipeline prevention models. By connecting community design, access, and inclusion This plan demonstrates prevention-based governance applied to public spaces. This comment is entered only to maintain factual continuity and ADA-protected provenance within the public record, so the foundation of this work remains visible long after the construction is complete.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. That concludes public comment on this item, and it would be appropriate to close the public hearing.
Madam Chair, the public hearing is now closed. Item 4 is before you.
All right, moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Sky, for everything you do.
We will now move on to item 5, hearing on the appeal of project number R2011-01126-3, minor coastal development permit number 2015-00036, and variance number RPPL 2019-006788, located within the Santa Monica Mountains planning area. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online, or press *3 if on the telephone. No departmental statement was submitted and no correspondence was received. Representatives from the Department of Regional Planning will make a brief verbal presentation. For the departmental speaker, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
All right, I don't see any questions from my colleagues. We will now hear from the applicant. Oh, did you want to? Oh, yeah, no, we're going to now hear from the applicant, Gary and Janine Isabel, who will be given a total of 2 minutes to talk, and then we will hear from the appellant. So please begin. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Gary Isbell. I started this project in 2010, 16 years ago, to build a home for my family, my kids. I was hoping for a neighborhood that they could ride their bikes around and enjoy the small community. That dream has changed. Since then, I've had one of my kids graduate college working as a school psychologist, and the other two are finishing off their careers now. I look at this that it's going to be the next phase of my life and chapter. Hopefully, I'll get to build it. I have followed and did everything and anything that was requested of me from regional planning or coastal or the board for this home. I have moved the house to the far corner of the property to put a small footprint. I have kept the grading to a minimal, and I have shrunk the house multiple times. I've had 2 previous hearings, and I've had approval on both of them from the planning department and the ERB. I'm here because of my neighbor, Mark Marshall, who has appealed this project 2 separate times, who lives across the street from me. Mark has always been against this project and doesn't want me to build. He has requested that I built the 1-story home at one point, but once I said that is unfeasible because it would keep it down to a 1,000-square-foot home, he decided that he doesn't want any home there. So he's doing whatever he could to try to stop me. My lot gets used right now by the neighborhood as a trash dump, a motorcycle track. It's a place for a dog park. It's a place that kids do drugs. I found paraphernalia, beer bottles. I have taken many years to protect this property, keep it clean for fire seasons. I've done everything requested by people on this. Like I said, I've been approved 2 times, and each time I get appealed by my neighbor, Mark. I'm just requesting that I can finally build my home after 16 years of this. That's it.
Thank you.
I have followed through with what you.
Thank you, Mr. Isbell. We will now hear from the appellant, Mark Marshall, who will be given a total of 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for hearing my appeal. Contrary to Mr. Isbell's claim, I'm not anti-housing. I'm pro-building. I would like to see that lot being used for something other than a motorcycle track and a dog park and parking lot. However, there's a septic system proposed for the front of that lot. It's been moved to the front of the lot because there's a creek along the back of the lot. That septic system is disturbingly close to the water main. And there's been no provision noted on the plan to have separation or no note of that water main on the plan. At this point, I'm very concerned about the health of the community and contamination from that septic system. The county and the state call for a 10-foot separation between a water main and a septic system, leach field. This has not been taken into account that I've seen, and I'm hoping that if Mr. Isbell does build that home, which he seems very intent on doing, that'll be a nice home, and that it won't cause any contamination of the community water system. Thank you.
All right, do any of my colleagues have any questions for the department? Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe you all had maybe some information about the project to share as well to provide some context before I get into comments.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, Supervisor. My name is William Chen, Senior Planner with the Department of Regional Planning. The item before you is an appeal of the project, Meyer Coastal Development Permit number 2015-00036 and variance number RPPL 2019-006788. The project is a new 2,479 square foot single family residence with an attached garage and an on-site waste treatment system on the property located at 25830 Dark Creek Road in the Santa Monica Mountains planning area. The project was first approved by the hearing officer. The hearing officer approved the project, and it was appealed to the Regional Planning Commission, which was subsequently denied, and the Regional Planning Commission approved the project. The department recommends that your board deny the appeal and uphold the Regional Planning Commission's approval. We're available for any other further questions.
Thank you for the report today and for your work on this project overall, on this application. I recognize this case is very personal for both the property owner, who's been working on it for a number of years, as we've heard, as well as the appellant and the community members who have taken their time to comment on this project. The site is one of the last remaining undeveloped lots on this part of Montanito, and due to its proximity to the creek, this lot holds social and ecological importance for the community, which we acknowledge. So I just have a few questions about the project. First, fire safety is always a major concern for this region. So will the project be required to build in compliance with Chapter 7A of the Building Code, which has the stricter fire safety standards?
Yes, it will be, as affirmed by the Department of Public Works.
Okay, and what are the defensible space requirements for this project?
The defensible space requirements are as dictated and approved by Fire Department Forestry in the fuel modification plan that was approved for this project.
Okay, do you have a for example of the kinds of things they need to do?
Yes, the defensible space will require fuel modification, removal of brush and dry leaves within a 200-foot radius around the property.
Okay, and given the proximity to the stream, which was mentioned, did the state's Department of Fish and Wildlife review the project?
Yes, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife did indicate that the project could proceed as designed.
Okay, and related to biological concerns, I understand that the conditions of the approval will require a qualified biological monitor to be retained during the construction of the project to avoid impacts to biological resources. Is that a correct understanding, and what should we expect, what should neighbors expect to see in terms of that monitor in their presence during that
Yes,
time?
Supervisor, that is correct. The condition will require the presence of a biological monitor on site, conducting surveys and making reporting as necessary associated with the construction activity.
Okay, so in light of the testimony, as well as the department's report, I would like to move the recommended action on the item to deny the appeal and uphold the commission's approval of the project. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Madam Chair, we have a remote caller for item 5. Caller with phone number 850-305. Please begin.
Yes, my name is Jason. I'm a spokesman viewer. So the other day I'm down on Figure Over this chick, and I paid her $5 and let me do a Mendo's layup in her mouth, and she was telling me that.
Jason, this is an item regarding a public hearing on appeal of a decision.
Item 3?
No,
On item 3?
no. Item 5.
Oh, I thought it was item 3.
Yeah.
Item 5. Okay, I'm my bad.
That's
sorry,
okay.
man. I was on the
All right.
wrong one. I thought we
Next
were on
caller.
one item.
Next
Figure Over
caller.
that.
Next caller.
Yeah,
Next
good.
caller.
We will now go to our in-person speaker, Nick Kazemi. Okay, there are no other speakers to address the board on this item, and it would be appropriate to close the public hearing.
Madam Chair, the public hearing is now closed. Item 5 is before you.
All right. Moved by Supervisor Horvath. I will second to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
We will now move on to item 6, settlement of the matter entitled Jane BP1-B Doe et al. Versus Doe 1, County of Los Angeles et al., which was held by Supervisor Barger. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on a telephone. Representatives from County Council, Auditor Controller, Department of Human Resources, Probation Department, and Department of Children and Family Services are available for questions. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Thank you. Colleagues, I've held this agenda item, which is for the approval of another massive settlement related to the Gonzalez bill, AB 218. I'm holding this item, as I did in April, with the first $4 billion settlement, because these settlements are unlike anything I've ever seen in my 30-plus year history with the county. Today's proposed settlement before the board is for $828 million for approximately 414 plaintiffs who are alleged to have been sexually abused while in county's juvenile justice or child welfare system. With the settlement, along with the $4 billion agreement previously approved, the county is attempting to redress and provide compensation for past wrongs, namely abuses of power by those entrusted to care for our youth, failed checks and balances of departments, and a lack of trust by youth who felt they could not come forward earlier. Los Angeles County remains steadfast in its commitment to victims of abuse, and this board continues to reaffirm our dedication to helping the survivors of childhood sexual abuse recover and rebuild. I know since we first learned of the various allegations, we immediately began implementing reforms in prevention, reporting, and discipline to ensure that children in the county's care are safe from abuse. These settlements will impact the county for decades to come, especially in our mission to serve as a safety net for our residents. We've implemented some protectionary measures to prevent any more fraud. We've implemented measures to prevent against fraud and any misuse of public funds. There is no question that justice for victims is long overdue, and it's essential that any funds are allocated to the survivors who have suffered so much. I would like to ask some follow-up questions regarding the proposed settlement agreements, and I'm going to begin with you, Joe Nikita, Acting Chief Executive Officer. When these allegations first arose, the county began developing an extensive correction action plan to make sure children and youth are protected from abuse and neglect in the county's care. Can you give us an update on the corrective action plan that the CEO risk management team is working on with departments to prevent this type of abuse from happening again?
Yeah, great question, Supervisor. Thank you. Excuse me. We have indeed been working on an extensive corrective action plan. I have members of my team, including Destiny Castro, our risk manager, Department of Human Resources here, who can talk a little bit about the efforts that are underway. A lot has been done. It's important to say a lot has been done since 2000, since the year 2003 or so, when McLaren closed. I believe that's the date. And a lot of other intervening laws came into effect that required us to implement reform. So a lot was already underway, and we're doing more. And so before I hand it off to them to describe the specific efforts, one thing is important to note. Destiny and our risk team with County Council and DHR are kind of leading the coordination effort. The implementation of these reforms happen in the departments, and it's in the departments that have youth who they either care for or come through their doors, probation, DCFS, parks, et cetera. And so they've all stepped up as well. We're working with all of them on the implementation side of it. And so I'll hand it over to Destiny Castro to kind of give you an overview of where we are in the corrective action.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Destiny Castro with CEO's office. Today I'm going to walk through a few of the corrective action plans, corrective action steps, and then I will hand it over to DHR. So when we started the corrective action plan, which is the countywide corrective action plan that deals with all departments, the county started by creating an executive steering committee that consists of CEO, county council, auditor controller, and DHR to work with all county departments on countywide corrective action steps that modified policies and processes to reduce the likelihood of future child sexual abuse and to address any future allegations of child sexual abuse by county workforce members or within county facility in an expedited and consistent manner. So I'm going to go into some of the elements right now. One of the first actions we had was to create a countywide hotline and website for reporting child sexual abuse allegations against county workforce members. At this time, we have contracted with a third-party vendor who will host the hotline and website for reporting services that will be used to report child sexual abuse that occurs within county facilities and/or by county workforce members. This will include contractors. This is a 24/7, 7 days a week hotline where a live person is answering the phones. The caller can state their name or remain anonymous and can report via a website. The vendor is outside the county and is intended to be a safe space for callers to report child sexual abuse. We intend this to be operational by the end of the year and hope that it may be sooner than that. So following with the child sexual abuse hotline, the next step that we designed was to develop a system for expedited investigations. For new timely complaints of child sexual abuse, we are establishing a new investigative process that includes CEO, DHR, and County Council. Once an allegation is reported via our new system, the allegation will be sent immediately to Executive Management and CEO Risk Management, DHR, County Council, as well as Security Operations Unit, which is part of the Sheriff. My office will then schedule a meeting with representatives from CEO, DHR, and County Council, and within 3 business days, we will triage the allegations and assign for investigation by either DHR or outside counsel. The employee will then be placed on ordered absence, and expedited investigation will be completed within approximately 90 days. If the investigation is substantiated, the employee will be terminated and referred to the DA for criminal investigation and/or prosecution. This new process will be in place before the end of the year. And with that, I'm going to turn it on over to DHR to talk about the policies.
Thank you, Destiny. Lisa Garrett, Director of Personnel. There are 6 elements to the corrective action plan. Destiny mentioned the first 3. The next is to enhance the county zero tolerance policy for child sexual abuse. And DHR, County Council, CEO, and Auditor Controller, we've been working together to finalize the policy that is actually near final right now. But it's a policy against child sexual abuse, and it calls for the discharge for substantiated cases of child sexual abuse found. It's also a requirement for not only for all county employees, not just supervisors and managers, but for all county employees to report instances of sexual abuse to the hotline. Also, there will be referrals to law enforcement, the DA's office, et cetera, to make certain that we are preventing child sexual abuse in our workforce. We have to meet with the labor unions because there is discipline, of course, that is involved with this process, and we will be doing that shortly. So in addition to the policy, we're going to be launching a campaign and also training. And Rodney Collins is going to talk about the next 3 elements.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Board members. This is Rodney Collins. Now, there are some additional individuals that need to be captured in this. So it's not only going to be, of course, our county employees, but within the policy, we really want to make sure that we're capturing anyone that has access to children. So that's also going to include, in addition to, of course, our workforce member, employees, commissioners, contractors, volunteers, interns, and all of these individuals will be required to take the mandatory training. So the mandatory training will be focused on your board policy. We decided to make it a board policy. And the board policy, of course, tracks what you just heard Destiny talk about, all of the requirements there, and of course, Lisa. And so we expect the training to be developed and finalized within, of course, by the end of the year. We've already worked with the state of California. We've worked with LAUSD. And the final piece of this is to add county-centered information in the policies and in the training that we will incorporate as part of our final policy once we finalize working with the board. The last step of this is going to be a marketing campaign. It's not enough for us to have a policy and folks not know about it and not know what to do. And so our last piece of this will be a major marketing campaign that crosses the entire county, make sure that county employees are actually acknowledging the training, taking the training, and understand their obligation under the policy to report if they see something, if they feel something, to report it, and then let the workforce team deal with it. And so that gives you just a little bit of insight into where we are and what we're thinking and what we're going to be doing before the end of the year. The policy is essentially ready to go, and so is the training. So we anticipate by the end of the year everything moving forward. And I'll hand it back to Destiny to conclude.
So my final comments are that I wanted to thank the board for recommending we reach out to the Sexual Assault Council. The Sexual Assault Council was recommended last time. They provided us with excellent feedback pertaining to the overall cap, and we continue to work with them on new ideas that arise. The last thing I will say is that the document is a living document. That means it's going to evolve as time moves on to ensure that new ideas are included and smart corrective actions that are achievable as we move forward with this process are put in place. The CEO's Risk Management Annual Report will now also include a section that shows how many new child sexual abuse allegations we received by department, as well as other pertinent information in my annual report. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I do appreciate, and I'm anxious to get that up and running. You said by the end of the year? Okay. I think it's important because I think for the most part, they're mandated reporters within each department, correct? Okay. Thank you again. This question is for our county counsel, Dawn. Unfortunately, a recent LA Times article revealed alleged unscrupulous behavior by plaintiffs, attorneys involved in the $4 billion settlement. And I'd like to ask our counsel what has been done to address those allegations in the settlement, but also assure this board and the public that the same allegations are not present with this settlement that we are going to approve today.
Thank you, Supervisor, for the question. And I'd like to answer it addressing 4 points to provide clarity and context. The first is anticipated and controlled risk. It's important to note from the outset that we anticipated the potential for fraud, which is always expected in mass tort cases. However, here, this reality is compounded by the fact that this is not like a traditional mass tort case. AB 218 allowed for decades-old claims, which means most evidence is not available, nor are the witnesses. That is why this settlement included multiple layers of review, including counsel vetting, sworn factual questionnaires, and independent allocator review. The county's process in this vetting is not flawed, and the system we built was designed specifically to identify fraud. The second point I want to raise is the legal landscape that AB 218 created. AB 218 created extraordinary challenges fundamentally at odds with how our legal system works, where both sides rely on evidence and procedure to ensure fairness. Instead, AB 218 erased those guardrails and allowed for decades-old claims that no one could meaningfully vet under normal standards. That shift overwhelmed the process not because of how the county approached vetting fraud, but because the statute offered no guardrails for the public entities to protect victims and taxpayers. So our role in this has been to manage an unmanageable law while enforcing integrity, accountability, and fiscal responsibility. And while the county did not create AB 218, we've been responsible for operationalizing its consequences at an unprecedented scale. The third point is the enhanced fraud review that you asked about. There are 3 levels of review in the first prior $4 billion settlement that this board approved back in April. The first level, which always existed in the settlement agreement, is where all plaintiffs' fact sheets or questionnaires will now go through this level of review, not just the ones that we had identified as potentially being fraudulent. This level of review includes, and is always included, a robust review and verification of each plaintiff's identifying information, the details regarding the alleged abuse, perpetrators, treatment sought, and corroborating evidence. This level also includes and has always included a systemic review of all fact sheets to determine if there's any repetitive patterns, such as using the same doctor for medical professional for evaluations, or using the same kind of rote cut and paste language to describe their abuse or injuries. After this, any suspect fact sheets will move on to level 2. The level 2 review, which also always existed in the settlement agreement, now will focus on all DTLA plaintiffs, and then of course those non-DTLA plaintiffs where the fact sheets were deemed suspect in the first level of review. This level includes a more detailed review by the allocator and third-party administrator of information contained in those fact sheets, and whether it be the person or any of those repetitive patterns identified. It will also include interviews of plaintiffs and may require interview of the plaintiffs, and it may require further proof of the claims made in the fact sheets. The third level of review, which is a completely new level of review, is where all DTLA plaintiffs and any other plaintiff who has indicated that they were brought into this litigation by a recruiter or a vendor, they will go through this level of review, and this level will include a review of details on how and when each plaintiff was signed up by the firm, details regarding the recruiter, and further, DTLA will be required to identify every recruiter it used, a list of each plaintiff brought in per recruiter, information about any funds that changed hands, and a declaration under oath by each recruiter identifying what was done, what was said, and any monies paid. With regards to the current settlement agreement that is before this board today, the county has the ability, and we have the ability, to identify any plaintiffs who we believe have a fraudulent claim. After so identifying, we will work with plaintiffs' counsels to try and work together to resolve any concerns that we have identified regarding those cases. And if we cannot come to a resolution, the allocator will determine whether or not the claim is valid. And if the allocator finds that the claim is fraudulent, that claimant will receive nothing. To our knowledge, there is no other public entity in California that has built a process this rigorous and transparent. And through this settlement process, we will weed out fraud, and no plaintiff will receive a check until they have been fully vetted. Lastly, I just wanted to speak to why it is that we're making this recommendation to settle this matter. The settlement is recommended by the Claims Board, by my office, and by our outside counsel. These settlements, both the prior $4 billion settlement that this board has already approved and the current settlement before you, balance justice for victims, honoring survivors, with financial responsibility and fiscal discipline. Taking even a fraction of these cases to trial could mean multi-million-dollar verdicts and soaring legal fees. The settlements, including the fiscal structure and independent allocator review that has been built in, were a data-driven strategic choice to honor survivors while safeguarding public funds. And again, at each step, we will weed out fraud, and no plaintiff will receive a check until they have been fully vetted. But fraud cannot become the red herring that obscures what this settlement achieves, which is justice for legitimate victims and managed financial exposure for the county. The focus now needs to be on fixing the statutory scheme that created these vulnerabilities, not upending the settlement for doing the right thing under impossible circumstances. And then lastly, if I may, I would just like to commend my team, both my in-house lawyers and our outside counsel, for the hard work they have done on securing these settlements on behalf of the county. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you for that. Just out of curiosity, because I know I've been asked this question, and I appreciate the layers of protection that are in place. Early on, I mean, the fact that the Times discovered this, what were we doing prior to this article? Did we have anything? Did we have the ability to get the information from the plaintiff's attorneys regarding the individual so we could fully vet it? Because my understanding is we were not.
So again, we had the first and second levels of review built into the process, but in terms of interviewing any of the plaintiffs, their counsel would not allow us to interview any of those plaintiffs. So we were not able to get any information directly from them.
Yeah, and I think that's an important thing to note to the public, because there was this misinformation that in fact that we did have information which we did not have. So
that is correct, Supervisor.
And then to I guess Joe, or to risk management, or even to HR, for those cases that we know that there are employees that the allegations are made against, whether it be DCFS or probation, are we researching the status of their employment now and addressing that?
Supervisor, I can take that question. Yeah, I know there's some folks on the dais on the other side who can provide more information. But yes, one of the things we did coming out of AB 218 is we went through an extensive effort to match up any identifying information that was provided to us by plaintiff's counsel with existing employees who are working in the county. And sometimes it was straightforward. It was a name and a rank and a date. And sometimes it was more esoteric. It was maybe a height and a weight and the person's race, or it was a last name that might have been common. And so we went through an exercise of trying to find out, like, who are these people and where are they working. We do have folks who were identified who are still working in the county, primarily at probation, and there was 1 or 2 individuals at DCFS. The departments are here. They can talk about the status of those individuals, but I will say, without the information from plaintiffs' lawyers or from the plaintiffs themselves telling us what happened and really sitting down for an interview, it has proved very difficult from an employment perspective to substantiate any of the allegations against them at this point. So I would turn it over to the departments to provide more information.
Good afternoon, Guillermo Vieira, the county's probation officer. We have folks here that are going to give you a little bit more detail on the actual investigatory process, but to make clear, that's the priority. So as we receive information, the priority is to identify if folks are still with us, because that goes sort of to the top of the list, because we want to make sure we prevent any further harm. And then we want justice for those that are making the claims, and we want to make sure that we get the evidence and that we're able to ultimately prosecute if possible. But on the onset, I want to level set to make sure that we have to do all of this without throwing away the American justice system. And we have to make sure that all of those due process and civil rights that are afforded to everybody in California are not trampled on in an effort to bring justice to the victims. And so I just want to say that from the onset, because I don't want anybody to think that it's that we are trying to cover up or that we are on the side of employees. None of that is true. We're for the truth and to get to it as quickly as possible. But we want to make sure that we're still respecting the California's Constitution and remember that we're justice professionals. With that, I'll hand it over to some of our probation chiefs here to sort of give you the universe of investigations.
Hi, hello. So I think the question
had to state your record for the
Oh, I
your name
apologize.
for the record. Yeah.
My name is Deanna Carlisle, and I'm the departmental HR manager for probation. And so I can give you, as was asked, some of the landscape on the current employees. So as was previously explained, it has been challenging to go through all of the names and identify. We've identified 291 names at this point. 58 of those names, we actually have no record of them being an employee. They were identifiable names, but we have no corresponding record that they were an employee. 92 of those 291 have been separated from the county previously because some of these claims, of course, go very far back. And then we have 141 of the 291 that are active department employees. And then for information on the investigations, I can hand that off to Mr. Gall.
Sure. Good afternoon. Joe Galvan, Deputy Director over in Internal Affairs for the Probation Department. To date, we have conducted or opened approximately 161 investigations on 137 unique folks. We are nearing completion on all those investigations. 149 of them have been completed and gone through the process. The other 12 should be completed by the end of November, we anticipate. Currently, we have approximately, I want to say 11 folks, 12 folks that are still employed that are under investigation.
Okay, and I would ask that, that you keep us updated.
Yep.
On the status of that. I don't know, Brandon, do you have anything you want to add?
Thank you, Supervisor Brandon Nichols, Director of the Department of Children and Family Services. As our probation colleagues discussed, we take it very seriously. We do an investigation to try to determine the identity of any employee who's been alleged to have done any kind of misconduct. We've actually hired retired law enforcement to help us with those investigations. In this current tranche, the settlement that's before the board right now, I'm happy to report none of the employees we've identified currently work for the county. In the previous tranche, we were able to identify 2 employees who still work for the county. One is on desk duty. That's a kind of a term of art. They don't have any contact with children or families. The other, we have yet to complete our investigation. I will say, as you have read in the papers, not all of the claims appear to be true. And we have some people where claims were made against them, and we haven't been able yet to substantiate those claims. We take it seriously, but if we do determine, in our opinion, that somebody did something wrong with a kid, they are not going to be around kids anymore.
So, to County Council, what is the statute of limitation to prosecute someone who sexually exploits or abuses? Is there a statute of limitation? Or did the Gonzalez bill take that into consideration so that we could prosecute those people?
I don't know what the statute of limitation is for the criminal prosecution, but
okay, I'm pretty sure there is a statute of limitation. Yeah, and I just find it ironic that the Gonzalez bill 218 didn't take that into consideration, because if you really want to weed out the bad, you prosecuted the full extent of the law. So I just wanted to point that out. So I hope that when the legislature reconvenes and decides to plug the loopholes in the Gonzalez bill, and I understand that the author now wants to work to do that, that we can get that done. And then I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Oscar, we've got the 800 number up and running for the fraud hotline to allow people to report if they have been approached for fraudulent claims, correct?
Madam Chair, Oscar Valdez, Auditor Controller, correct. As of October 17th at 6 p.m., Auditor Controller in collaboration with ISD, consultation with County Council, those programs were actually rolled out. So we do have an active website, which is fraud.lacounty.gov/AB218, and we do have a dedicated hotline number, which is 844-901-0001. So those are active.
Thank you. I will now, yeah.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up on what they were just said? Yeah. I'd appreciate that. We heard that the people, the numbers are still working for the county. It's a difference to be employed as opposed to showing up to work every day. So can you tell us if in probation, if those people are on paid leave or are they still showing up to work every day? I wanted to understand that distinction.
Sure, I can respond to that question. So of the 137 investigated, 117 are still active employees. Of that number, 18 are on ordered absence currently. As Joe said, he has 12 open cases. Of the 12 open cases, 4 of those are on ordered absence. One person has transferred out to another department, and it's my understanding that we're working with that department to continue and close that investigation. And then we have 5 staff who are active currently working in the department.
And what's the term you're using? Or I don't know that term.
Ordered absence.
Ordered absence.
Right, that's when we place them off on leave pending the outcome of the investigation.
Thank you. Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you very much. I thank you for holding this discussion. Following up on that question, I think I want to understand if you're doing what DCFS is doing and making sure that probation officers who have any sort of interaction with, who are, through their course of their duties have interaction with our young people, if they are under investigation, that they're being removed from interaction with our young people while that investigation is ongoing.
Yes, by and large, the allegations are folks who are no longer with us, and then there's the subgroup of those that are still employees, and almost all of those investigations have already run through. So if they were on ordered absence, that investigation has concluded. And then there's an even smaller group that are still active in investigations. Some of those are on ordered absence and some are not. And I can walk through sort of the logic behind that, which is essentially the initial inquiry that begins, or the initial allegation, if we want to call that, comes to us with different amounts of information. And so there may be some employees that continue to work because all there is, for example, and we're not going to talk about specific cases, but as a what if, all there is a name, for example. And to take somebody, there isn't much that you can do when there's just a name. Sometimes it's difficult to even figure out what the allegation or the crime would be. So there's all sorts of varying types of information. So on the off chance that there is such little information that it's unlikely this is going to go anywhere, we don't stop the investigation, but we do have to be careful what we do with the employee. So if there's anything and we have a criteria, they're taken off work, they're taken to make sure that there's no possible continued harm. These decisions are being made. I want to remind folks, these are law enforcement, these are criminal investigators that are taking a look at this. So it's not simply, for example, me or someone else in administrative capacity. It's actually folks that are working these cases that go through this criteria to make that determination.
I think I would feel better. I don't know if my colleagues agree. I think I would feel better if probation is matching what DCFS is doing in terms of making sure that they're not working with young people. I understand you may not order them to be absent or have the ordered absence, but making sure that they aren't working with our young people until that investigation is complete, I think acknowledges the severity of what we're already experiencing from these claims and make sure that we aren't risking putting young people in harm's way.
I think the general answer to that question is that we are. So if we believe that we have an employee, that we have information that could we remove them. I'm just sort of getting to the nuance piece, which is because we have many more cases, right? And so we have a more variety of amounts of information that come to us. I would just warn that the system that we come up with does not treat our employees differently for this type of claim had it been another claim. So this falls into the general process that probation has to protect those that are within our care. And we have to be very careful if we do something to an employee because the allegation came through this avenue versus someone that's currently in a facility makes a claim, and that's a different process. I want to make sure, I don't want to confuse it more. but we do have a duty to take a look at the information being provided to us before we create a harm for an employee. And in the majority of the cases, we're able to, with the information that's provided to us, put the person off of work. But there are this subset of cases where the information is so limited that to proceed and affect someone's employment would actually be more risk. But we're willing to continue to discuss it because I don't want anybody to leave here to think that we're making some type of numbers decision or that we're not being, if we have anything at all that would lead to our ability to put somebody off work while we're doing the investigation, that's what we do.
Well, I'm just expressing my point of view. My colleagues, I'm sure, will take it upon themselves to express theirs. I just think that we shouldn't be, given that this is the Gonzalez bill, as our chair has indicated, it's now a forever bill. It is ongoing. And while I appreciate that you have an understanding of more detail than perhaps even we do as a board in some of these cases, the fact that any level of detail exists on a going forward basis could potentially cause harm to the county in addition to the young people who are entrusted to our care. So I would ask that you consider what is happening in DCFS's case, and to the extent that you can mirror that as legally advisable, I think that would make me feel better. And so I guess I'll leave it there at this point. For our CEO, I recognize we've gone through a very difficult budget cycle, and with the federal government shutdown, obviously it doesn't seem things are going to get better anytime soon. So what can you tell us about where this settlement fits into our broader expectations regarding AB 218 liability and our budgeting?
Thank you for that question. So for the $4 billion settlement that preceded this, plus this settlement, we have already developed a financing plan. So this is part of our efforts to make sure we can pay these judgments. We had curtailed our budget during recommended budget. We cut 3% from the budget. And then we have a mix of cash and debt that we will leverage to finance these cases. So for this particular settlement, it's already baked into the financing plan. We don't expect to cut further to pay for it. I understand that there are more cases on the horizon. Those are not part of our financing plan. And I think maybe it's an opportunity now to talk a little bit about legislative reform, perhaps, because that is, I think, where we're headed. With that in mind, the risk to our budget, legislative reform on AB 218 is really our #1 priority at this point. The law had some very noble intentions, but it's been, I think, and I'm just going to say what I think, it's been hijacked by the plaintiff's bar. It's fueled a system where the attorneys are deciding what justice looks like for victims, and they are doing it at the expense of governments like us. They do all the vetting, they do all the intake, they advertise extensively, they're incentivized to bring as many cases as possible, and as we've seen, some cases are very strong, and others are on the flimsier side. And that doesn't matter because you're trying to get this race to get as many cases as possible. The firms we estimate will take out of this settlement, these two settlements, anywhere between $1 to $2 billion. That's public money that will go into their pockets for bringing these cases. It's also become apparent to me, and I'm kind of learning this as I go, that this is a business opportunity for those who are not part of the law firms. We had heard, this was about 6 months ago up in Sacramento, that some firm was asking about the county's fiscal health. They were asking questions of state people to verify information they had on the county's fiscal health. And I can't confirm it, but it got back to Lair in Sacramento, and what they surmised was going on is that venture capitalists are investigating whether or not we have enough cash to pay for another settlement so that they can finance a law firm to bring another round of settlements against us. So this has gotten to the point where it's clear to me the system is a little ruptured. We want to make sure that we can get some legislative reform. The calls for reform are growing. Everybody sees what's happening. I think what would be helpful is to reach out, talk to, align ourselves with survivors groups as well, because it's not clear to me that this is working for survivors either. I think the LA Times profiled a few folks who had alleged abuse and said my settlement's going down because others are making up claims, or I can't hear from my attorneys because they're representing 1,000 people. I think there's real opportunity to make some changes that don't take away the path for justice for survivors, but actually create something that makes sense, because where the money is coming from is public dollars, and it goes to serve those who need it the most, especially at the county level. So that is our priority. Lots of discussions happening, and we look forward to making some headway this legislative year.
I'm glad to hear you highlight that. I think this board obviously has struggled with the fact that we support the intention behind the bill. What we've had problem with is how it was written and how it's actually executed, and the consequences to our public dollars that are relied upon to fund all of the other things that we've talked about at this meeting and other meetings that we're being challenged on by the federal government and so many other places. And so obviously we want to make sure that survivors are receiving what is due to them through this course of action, and make sure that we are protecting public dollars, that we're not just sort of having a system that, like you described, where that can be taken advantage of in the ways that you've outlined. To that end, I want to follow up with County Council on something that you said, that opposing counsel did not provide access to their clients for you to be able to talk with them. So I'm trying to understand, how did a judge expect you to proceed without that info?
Oh, the judge in these cases has stayed discovery because we weren't going to litigate these matters. So the discovery was stayed while we were in settlement discussion. So if discovery is stayed, you can't then go and interview plaintiffs that are represented by counsel.
So the judge ordered that?
That's correct, yes.
I think that's an important thing to understand as well, that it's not just that you asked and were denied access and left it there, that there's actually a directive by the judge regarding your ability to access that information. And so I think that further hamstrings how the county can proceed on what might sound like a logical timeline, but the order of operations has to account for all of the circumstances that you're contending with. And I think that's been also a unique challenge as well. So I just think that we're presented with another high dollar value settlement related to sexual misconduct experienced by hundreds of our community members at the hands of county employees who should have been taking care of them. And the county has a responsibility to address this horrendous misconduct. I'm glad to hear what the corrective actions are outlined and what we are actively doing to make sure that these horrors never happen again. And I'm also glad to hear that plaintiffs' counsel and our county team have agreed to a legal process to prevent potentially fraudulent claims through additional review procedures, that this was, as I heard from county counsel, always contemplated as part of the process. And unfortunately, given the confines within which you're working, it makes it even more challenging for us to proceed in a way that might ordinarily make sense. So for my part, I want to make sure we're investing money for these settlements directly to those who actually experience the abuse, as our CEO said, and not in those who are seeking to profit from someone else's hardship. And I'm glad that we're having a conversation about what did or didn't happen to get to this stage of a settlement. I think it helps provide a lot of public clarity and understanding, and reminds us of the concern that still exists as long as this bill remains in place in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. Thanks, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you for holding this and bringing it up. There are so many levels to this crisis, this event that has happened. The $4 billion first tranche settlement, this 800 and, what is it, 28 million second tranche, blown a huge hole into our county budget.
caused us to reduce services throughout LA County to those who most need us. Every department was asked to curtail 8%, which was difficult for a lot of our departments. And yet that's balanced with the horrible thing that happened to so many young people who were in our care. And then to find on top of that, because of the LA Times investigation, that some of these claims could be fraudulent. And it's hard to actually even balance how you feel about this or how you talk about it, because certainly the fraudulent claims you kind of want to expose, and yet, and even talking about our county budget being decimated, you kind of want to talk about that, but none of that really rises to the level above what some of these young people experienced at the hands of our county employees who are entrusted to take care of them. So it's the whole thing is hard to talk about. So there's two issues here today are, one, how do we make sure it never happens again? Number two, how do we make sure that these claims are the real deal? And it sounds like, John, you were talking about, we already had 2 levels of fraud detection in place, but we didn't detect what the LA Times detected, did we?
Well, so we were looking at, and we probably would have gotten to that on those cases, we were looking at the individual questionnaires and fact sheets, sworn declarations, sworn fact sheets that were submitted by the plaintiffs, reviewing them and reviewing all the details that I laid out earlier in terms of the details or lack thereof that they provided. And those, we were amassing our own list of folks. And so those would have gone through that first level, or we're going through that first level. We're going to go through the second level. Now what we're doing is the difference, even though level 1 and level 2 already existed, the difference is that everyone is
Right.
now, whether it doesn't matter how legitimate it looks on paper, everyone now is going through that first level. All DTLA are going through
Right.
that second level. And
Right.
then of course the DTLA is going through the third level as well.
Right. But LA Times just sent a couple people stand outside our DPSS facility. One reporter. Was it Rebecca who just went and stood out there and started talking to people and found all sorts of information, which I've brought forth the idea that we should have a little buffer zone in front of our DPSS facilities, some maybe our other county facilities where people go for help, because these are the most vulnerable people, and sure enough, there are those who would prey on them and find a way to profit from it. So there's a lot we've learned from this that we need to drill down on to prevent this kind of fraud from happening. So the $4 billion settlement is not yet started. The payments have not gone out yet. They're supposed to go out in January.
That's correct.
And I know I've had a concern that we make sure, and that if we have to delay those settlements, that we should, until we make sure every one of them is the real deal.
Correct. Every plaintiff will be vetted and no checks will be cut until they're
Good. I think that's important for the public to hear. But on the, and I appreciate the fraud hotline that we've set up, and I appreciate the hotline that we're attempting to set up to report abuse. I was a little surprised that that's not up and running yet, and that you said it won't be up and running until the end of the year or maybe sooner, but that was a little surprising to me. It seemed like that should get up and running as quickly as possible. But I will say, and Guillermo, I'm going to throw this to you, when I looked at all the corrective actions, none of it, not one of it, was to prevent. It was all after the fact, right? A hotline to report it after the fact. And expedited investigations after the fact. Seems like which is important, but nothing I've heard so far really tells me how you, Guillermo, are preventing our county employees in our probation facilities from conducting or from engaging in any kind of abuse. I mean, it seems to me when I read some of the egregious acts, right? It's like nobody was watching, or do we not have CCTV cameras, or what are you doing now to prevent abuse? Because once it's happened, then we're going to be in the same situation. We're going to be liable, and maybe we get rid of the person so they can't do it again. Okay, but how do we prevent it from happening in the first place? I think that's what I haven't heard yet to my satisfaction, and maybe you can help me understand that.
Yes, Hubert, thank you for the opportunity. I would like to make clear that what you've heard from us is in relationship to this settlement of the civil lawsuit. There's a whole host of other organizational changes that have been taking place for the last 2 years in probation that are related but not occurring because of this. So since I arrived as a chief probation officer, bringing safety to the facilities and ensuring that everybody understood, inclusive of our employees, that there is zero tolerance for the abuse of young people within our system, that if you abuse a young person within our system, you will be discovered and you will be held to account. That's independent of this action. And so in other presentations, we've talked about the enhancements to safety and security. All of those are related to this. So from the creation of an entire safety and security division, to the creation of new classifications, to enhancing the cameras that we have, to making sure that the staffing ratios exceed the PREA requirements, to the referral of criminal cases outside of the department in the event that there's a suspicion of abuse, to bringing in a new chief integrity officer that's sitting here to my right, to hiring new investigators that are trained to the state standards as criminal investigators, to a different organizational structure for management to make sure that there's more accountability at the local level, to bringing in consultants to make sure that they're monitoring what is taking place. I mean, it goes on and on and on. All of those things are being done because we need a healthy system. They are related to this, but they're not simply part of a cap to it. So maybe the disconnect, and this only included things that were directly related to it, but all of those other activities are taking place, and they are to ensure that we have a healthy environment for the young people in our
I hear you, but the corrective action plan was to see what we could do to prevent this from happening again. Everything from creating the executive steering committee. I mean, all that was to prevent. It is related to this because this put a spotlight on the incredible amount of abuse that happened, mostly within our juvenile facilities, some in other parts of the county, but mostly our juvenile facilities. So again, I'm all for rooting it out, but once it's happened, you have then forever, not even to mention our liability, but you have forever re-traumatized someone who we've been charged with caring for, especially those who are incarcerated, who have nowhere else to go, and they've basically been born into trauma, and their lives have continued to spiral out of control and are traumatized. So to think that at the hands of our juvenile caregivers, this has happened, I'm just trying to figure out how we can really lean into making sure it does not happen again. Once it's happened, the harm has been done. Yes, you can root them out. Hopefully, although it takes a long time, sounds like it takes a long time, even with the investigation, to actually dismiss them. So I think the most important thing, and we're always leaning in here, Guillermo, to fast hiring. We're trying to staff up our juvenile facilities. We're cutting through bureaucratic red tape. We're trying to hire as fast as we can, but clearly that's also the place we need to lean in vetting people who are coming in to be the caretakers in our juvenile facilities. That's where we really have to spend extra time, even though we're trying to do it fast and we've got an emergency order and we're really trying to cut the bureaucratic red tape. This is where we have to start, You have to really take the time to vet these people that we will be hiring into our system to care for these young people. So thank you for that, and keep us up to date on all that we're doing to prevent it from happening in the first place.
Supervisor,
you.
can I,
Do
can
you
I
wanna say
respond
something, Guillermo?
to, sorry, your question about the hotline, the, the abuse hotline? So we did contract with 211. They had asked us for a little time to do a few things. One is to hire up because it's going to be 24/7, and then they needed time to develop and deploy training because it's a very specialized type of hotline. And so the additional time to get it up and running just is for them to do it in a way that, where once it's online, it's done correctly.
Supervisor, to that point, and I try not to speak more than I have to, but I just want to make clear that folks understand that anybody currently within our system, they're not waiting on a hotline. This is an enhancement for the entirety of the county, but we have the ombuds person, we have OYCR, we have those posted throughout facilities. You can go onto our website. So if it is probation related, there's no need to hesitate. We're ready to take those complaints and investigate them immediately.
I know, but that whole system, I mean, it's tough for a young person who's incarcerated and at the mercy of staff and scheduling and everything else to feel safe actually reporting one of the very people that are charged with their well-being. I mean, the whole system is messed up. As you know, in juvenile, it's retribution. It's forming alliances to protect yourself. It's doing things that, for the young people sometimes that gets them in trouble just so they can feel safe and accepted and, have protectors in there. So it's a very messed up system. And I worry that we actually do have something that they feel comfortable reporting it. That's how I feel.
Very insightful, but anyone that can hear my voice, I want them to know that they have advocates here. They're not alone, and I know they may feel that way, but if they can get their voice to us through one of those systems, we will be there for them. I don't want a continued sense of hopelessness, and everything you said is true, and it seems like it's mounted against them, but if they can hear me, please reach out to that one person you trust or to a family member or anonymously. We will intervene.
Thank you. And I would again encourage you to just, walk the campus, as much as you can at different times of the day, unannounced, and talk to the young people in some way where you can convey what you just said to us.
Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask, there were a lot of numbers thrown out about cases and investigations that are still ongoing and some that may have been wrapped up. Is there a way we can get that information from both departments? Because you were verbally giving us an update, but I wouldn't mind having that in some kind of writing or report. That's possible. I know you don't have to put their names, but I would like to know what those numbers were. Okay.
Certainly, we'll provide that to your offices redacted or with no identifying information, but you're just interested in knowing the universe.
I just want to know, you mentioned what you started with, where you are, and all of that. So if you could just summarize that with both departments, I think that would be helpful. And I think my questions just go back to the bill, because apparently there wasn't a good thought process in terms of how this was going to be implemented. And I think we're already discerning how bad this is really getting. And we are, unfortunately, the guinea pig for the bill. Not to say that I want to take away anything from the victims, because the victims still have to be made whole. No matter what, at the end of the day, our message shouldn't be that, oh, woe is me, we got ripped off by some fraudulent individuals, but we need to also be remorseful for these young people that were in our care, and some, I think, who may have even lost their lives or committed suicide afterwards. I mean, I don't know all those facts, but I do remember a long time ago when I was a state legislator, we did lose a young child at McLaren Hall that I was made aware of because I even went down there with another panel of senators and we visited the facility, and it was so distressing. So I could just imagine what family members or what any survivors are going through. But I think we have an obligation to continue on that. And whatever we learn here, the steps, the processes, and I think the questioning from my colleagues has been good. It's telling us that at the beginning of this case, when we were dealing with the plaintiffs and the judges, we didn't have a lot of tools, or we thought we didn't have a lot of tools. And then once we did learn that we had an ability to negotiate and work with the judges, and I think it was precipitated because of the LA Times article, quite frankly, and that's kind of where things turned more, I think, in our favor, so that we could actually start to root out the fraud. But the fraud, I don't know at what size it is that's there, but I hope that we do get there sooner than later. So any type of supports that we need to put in place, ramping up more staff to help us with that vetting process, whether it be counsel or outside counsel or our own DHR staff or others that have the ability to decipher and filter through this information, I think will help us. The faster we can get working on this, I think the better. But I know it's got to be managed by our outside counsel and by our county counsel. But I would urge us to move quickly on this. Time for us is of the essence here. And if there are more pending cases coming forward, I feel like we're just falling into another hole here. So the sooner we can get that and make that a priority, I think that's something we need to do. I want to thank our private counsels that are helping us on this and explaining to us how this happened. And I would hope that everything is kept accordingly in a manner so that we could also provide to any legislators or people that need to be informed about what the impacts are. And we're not the only public entity. LA Unified School District, I know, also has similar issues with the same firms. So it would behoove us to try to work together with them, I would think, and share our notes or what kind of strategy we might have moving forward. I too am concerned though about, I know the auditor said that we're gonna have a hotline system up, and now it's been explained that in order for 211 to put that up, it's gonna take a couple of months. I don't think we have a couple of months to wait. I mean, I know of nonprofits right now that run hotlines, and they have professionals and semi-professionals. We could probably learn by some of them, and I'm thinking of people we know. Peace Over Violence. They run a 24-hour hotline for assaults and rape. Why can't we put something up similar, find out how quickly we can get something going? Just a thought, just a thought. Guardrails, Lord knows we need more guardrails. And I continue to be concerned about those individuals that are still employed with us. And my question is also, what are we doing to talk to our employees directly? Not just the staff training. I'm not talking about that. This is an uncomfortable subject to begin with. And I believe that there may have been historically a cycle where people were rewarded because they didn't say anything that were employed with us, but knew that these things were going on. We've heard that in other settings. So I think that we have to dig deeper, and that's going to require more time, personnel, but it should happen, because there could be people who do know things, but because of retaliation, loss of job, wages, or whatever, or retaliation by a supervisor who's there or above them, that can also, it adds up. We saw some of this a couple of years back, I think, in probation at one of our halls. And I'm not going to say where, but I think that that's something that we need to look at. And go ahead, yes.
So Supervisor, with regards to the fraud hotline for the auditor controller, it's a little bit different from the fraud hotline that DHR and risk management is rolling out. Like they mentioned, they are trying to procure individuals that are a little bit more expertise in new allegations. Our fraud hotline is more designed to really identify any fraudulent claims that were run through the process. So
that's
so
different.
that's a difference. So we also tried going through 211, and they also gave us, couple of months, to implement. So for us, it's not a 24/7 on the phone. It's from 8 to 4. Staffing-wise, the website is 24/7. But I also wanted to address, Supervisor Hahn's question in regards to proactively, how do we reduce allegations from happening again? I think the zero tolerance policy is a good start. Making sure that all employees are familiar with that, or trained that they're signing off on this new requirement in the future, referencing that there's going to be a fraud hotline, that you as an employee have the right and the obligation to report those either as an identified individual or confidential. And I think that definitely will serve as a deterrent in the future, but that's only a small step. But I think it is a good start in regards to how do we proactively, address this in the future.
We need a three-prong approach, though. You need to have a hotline so people can call about abuse, and then you need this, the fraudulent hotline. No doubt about it. You need that. But I also think that we need to be thinking closely how our employees interact with each other in these two departments. It could also be other departments that deal with youth. They've had their incidents as well. We know that. As long as I've been on here, I've known that. But it was just more perverse into right now, from my perspective, two departments. So we need to root that out, and the sooner we get to it and work on it, I think it'll be more helpful. I'm also interested in knowing where the DA is with all of this. Where are we when we say law enforcement? Where are we in terms of their assistance on this?
I think Chief Galvin is better positioned to answer this, but I just want to put a little bit of context that the majority of the cases that probation has investigated are more than a decade old. And so I don't want folks to think that these are active cases of young people that we have within our system. I think some people think that's what's happening. That's not what these cases are. And we have updated retaliation policies. We have additional training. But to your point, Supervisor, the most important thing is and this is the third time I've said this, but if you're hearing me, the few folks that have hidden between our good staff and proceeded with impunity to abuse young children are going to be held to account. The reason that this was allowed to occur in the past to the extent it did is people only do this if they believe they can get away with it. I think we've set the record straight in the course of the last year with our new investigations and holding people to account that that's no longer the case. This isn't a safe place to abuse children.
I understand. Did you want to say something, Mr. Galvan?
Yeah, so we have worked with our county partners with regards to this, the district attorney's office, their investigative unit, and the sheriff's SVU unit. When we develop enough information or any information that leads us to believe there could be something there, we generally send it over for their review, and they will get back to us. But you're right, I think Supervisor Barger raised earlier, there are statute issues with many of these because of the time frame.
Right. I guess I understand that. My concern, though, is if some of those folks are still with us. And we haven't gotten to that yet. But I guess time will tell, I hope. But again, that's my opinion, I guess. I'm frustrated.
Even though the criminal statute may have run, depending on when we got the information, the administrative statute may have not. And we have taken administrative discipline when we have a preponderance of the evidence that something may have occurred.
And I'd love to get information back from you on that, where we are in that process, because clearly you've already taken some steps.
Certainly,
right?
we could do that.
So that would be helpful, and if it's
certainly
confidential or whatever, fine. Okay, I appreciate what your work is. I appreciate what the CEO and our outside counsel have given us, a corrective action plan, but it's still not enough. So more to do, and then finding out who can be our champion or champions in Sacramento. and getting the ear of the appropriate people up in Sacramento and others, because no doubt this is an international crisis in terms of how people are looking at what these folks got away with. And I think that's the most hurtful part for the victims and for us, our taxpayers. So I think you bring it back home to that. What are we going to do to rectify that? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the conversation, the questions raised by my colleagues. I don't want to be repetitive. First of all, I'd like to thank County Council. I appreciate your clear articulation of the structural challenge the bill created, to use your terminology, the lack of legal guardrails. And so that was important for us to hear and for it to be a part of the public record. I think it's difficult sometimes to separate legislative intent. The legislative intent of the bill was clearly to address the horror of child sex abuse. The bill went through, had no votes. As the author has repeatedly said publicly, Mitchell was there and voted aye. I'm sure I did. I'm sure all of us would, based on the horror of sex child abuse. The issue is legislative intent versus implementation. And that's something that we as policymakers have to think about too in motions we bring forward. The intent, the problem we're trying to solve for, and how it's implemented. And so the implementation, as I hear and County Council clearly articulated, it lacked these legal guardrails fundamentally that compromise our ability to truly, thoroughly investigate and do our full due diligence on the front end. So I look forward, as the chair says, to look at ways in which that element can be resolved, taking nothing away from those who have been victims of child abuse, sexual abuse or otherwise. That can't be lost, and none of us do that. None of us, feel that way. It's about implementation and how the appropriate people, those who have been victimized, receive support and appropriate remuneration, as opposed to those who are taking advantage of a volatile situation. To Supervisor Hahn's point, all the aspects of hall life that you talked about, fear, survival, retribution, none of that is new. And that has existed since the beginning of time in every carceral setting. What strikes me, unfortunately, and the question I have is, well, what is new? It's hard for me to imagine that with technology being what it is, that the best that we can do, or what we are still relying on, are hotlines and ombudsmen. So I don't know if we are talking to other municipalities, through CSAC, other levels of government, to figure out what is new in creating an opportunity for people to report. I mean, we've been using hotlines and ombuds people from the beginning of time. So is there anything new and innovative that we have identified? Have we talked to other municipalities to figure out if there are other concepts or ideas that might work better?
Thank you, Supervisor. I think that the difficulty is in separating, and I think I'm going to go back to it, is separating the period for which these claims are coming with today's reality. So many of these claims, like I said, are over a decade old, and they come from, let's say, a camp setting. Versus today, if you go into the juvenile hall, there are layers, there are cameras, there are people whose entire job is to look at those cameras and make reports. There are monitors and deputy monitors that are having independent conversations with our young people. There is a state-level ombuds in addition to the county's probation ombuds. So the layers are there today. Unfortunately, much of the settlement doesn't speak to the reality of what's happening today.
I get that, but we're hearing about a hotline that won't go live for a while, is in response to ongoing AB 218 cases. And so my question is, I appreciate what you've put in place for prevention. My question is, we can't use technology in a better way to allow people to report on a go-forward basis? Is a hotline, particularly given the bureaucracy that we apparently have to cut through to that creates the time frame to set it up.
I see. I understand your question.
what
I'm
I'm
going to step
saying?
away
Is
from
that-
the microphone. I don't think that question's for me.
Well, you know, Supervisor,
I don't
can-
see any about,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah, there's two things going on. One is the countywide level cap, and so the hotline is for, not just for probation, but for any department. And Destiny mentioned the living document, the nature of we have to be a learning organization. It's a great suggestion. We can talk to CSAC, we can talk to NACO. There may be tools that help us, not just with reporting, but risk analysis and risk assessment. There are, and then, you know, after the countywide cap, which applies to all departments, and there are various things in there that are both forward-facing and prevention-based. There are the departments. And so with the departments in particular, working with county council, they have ordered extensive reviews of policies, practices, and protocols in the departments, primarily probation and DCFS. Those are ongoing, but they are extensive. I was reading through a draft, and it's still a draft, but they've reviewed thousands of pages of protocols and documents and things of that nature. They've interviewed people, they've talked to OIG, and so there's many layers here, and I didn't want us to leave this conversation thinking that the countywide overarching cap is everything, because it's not everything. Because I mentioned at the top, departments are the ones who need to be implementing to their operations, and so we have taken steps to make sure that we know what we need to do and implement those things to reduce the risk. I think it's foolish to think we're going to eliminate every risk, but we're looking at things like facility blind spots, you know, which we've never looked at before. It's another layer. There are issues with doing that and doing it well and doing it within our budgeted resources. We're looking at things like making sure there are very few opportunities where there will be a county worker alone with a youth, and that is a big operational shift. So those are things that we're doing that I think are prevention focused, and it's not just the hotline and things of that nature, but we are definitely open to suggestions. We'll talk to NACO, we'll talk to CSAC, and if there's other things that exist, we will adopt them.
I appreciate that. Just when the amount of time we spent talking about a hotline, I just thought there's got to be something else with the use of technology besides a hotline for the intended purpose that it's been designed for. I appreciate that there are multiple levels and other strategies, but the amount of time we're talking about it, the amount of time it's going to take to set it up.
And they monitor their phone calls at our juvenile facilities. Those phones are monitored, and they keep transcripts of what those kids say on the phone.
That's true. And supervisors, we'll take back your challenge to take another look at technology to see if there's something we've missed. But I want to make sure, there's emails, there's third parties you can report to now. So if we keep harping on the phones, that's true, but there are these other ways that people can report. But on the probation side, we'll go back and take another look.
I appreciate that, because, and then the question is, how do we publicize it? Because, the plaintiff's attorneys utilize paid media. And so if it's a hotline or whatever it is, I hope that we can use the public service announcement laws to make sure that radio gives us equal time, because urban radio was used in excess by the plaintiff's attorneys. You couldn't turn on an urban radio station without hearing a commercial advertising these cases. And so I certainly hope whatever we use as we talk about our outreach, that we lean in as hard and either pay for it or, again, ask for the public service announcement agreement to get our voice heard as well.
Yes, Supervisor, I'll echo what the chief said. We do have electronic means of reporting through mandatory reporters with SCAR reports and things of that nature. And I think one of the messages we want to get across is not only reporting, which I think we've made changes to foster an environment, but timely reporting. Timely reporting is the key to really investigating these effectively and thoroughly. And so that is part of the messaging. And so some of those things that we put into place, I know the ombudsman is an old concept, but having on-site ombudsmen who are regularly interacting with the youth
Establish trust.
has proven a real useful tool
Okay.
for us.
All right.
They are regularly interacting with youth parents during visiting. That is a real useful tool for us. So that has been very helpful, something that we may not have always had in the past.
And you know, the timely reporting gets a little challenging because the whole point of AB 218 was acknowledging, um, um, you know, new therapy practices and understanding that sometimes memories are latent. And so I appreciate from our need, it needs to be timely, but I think it also, we need to communicate that it is safe, that whatever way in which you choose to report the abuse, that your privacy is protected to the degree that it can be, and that it's a safe space and way in which to report. So I think the safety element is critical. Just a couple more questions, Madam Chair. To our Chief Probation Officer, I heard you loud and clear with regard to your reminder to all of us about due process for both the victim and the alleged perpetrator. And I guess from my perspective, another element of due process is timeliness of investigations. The fact that they can take so very long, the fact that, you know, how are the victims even looped in to know what's happening about an investigation? And so are we making any progress across the board in expediting, to the degree appropriate, these investigations?
Absolutely, under the leadership of Joe Galvan and the complete restructuring and having sort of dedicated investigators for this, these proceed very differently. However, and I have to address it because you've mentioned it, I don't want folks to be under the misconception that some of these cases, there's no interview or there's no access to the victim. And so it doesn't really matter how robust our investigative side is. If there's no interview with the victim, physical evidence, witnesses, so we get to we want justice for the victim, but there's absolutely nothing can be done in the complete absence of evidence. We're doing our part. These are being processed and expedited with ultimate priority. But there's only so far that they can go. And I think there's a confusion. You can be a claimant and a victim for compensation, but for purposes of discipline or criminal prosecution, there may be no evidence. And that's sort of, I think, the disconnect when I think supervisors ask, well, why would a person still be employed? Because the fact that they were named or by a claimant for purposes of compensation doesn't mean that there's anything, including an interview, being presented in order to take discipline.
If discharge happens, we talked about that, you know, in our current policy, are pensions automatically forfeited?
That might be a question for.
If discharge happens, you said, what was the question? If discharge happens, my question is, are pensions therefore forfeited?
So I'll let county counsel, there's a distinguished understanding between a criminal prosecution versus a simple discharge.
That's why I was asked.
I was actually going to defer to our director of personnel. I think if someone's criminally convicted, then she's saying yes.
Is that the only circumstance in which?
I believe so. I'll defer to Lisa.
Accurate. It's when the crime occurred. They get a pension for anything that happened before that, correct?
No, I think it's forfeited when they're criminally convicted. But I'll
Yes.
defer to Lisa.
Yes, when someone is criminally convicted of a crime, that they do forfeit their pension. It doesn't happen just for discharge, but it's.
Joe, that's not right.
I think the question is.
I don't think that's accurate, Lisa.
Yeah, when does it kick in?
And it goes back to the date of the actual crime.
Exactly.
Yes.
The crime. So they get a pension. So if they committed the crime in 2023, if they got a raise, you know, in 2024 that made their pension, they will not get that. They only get the pension for what they earned before 23.
So if there are people who have separated, who have retired, have been collecting a pension, in some of these cases, they go back decades. What does that mean? Do they owe the county?
I think we'd have to get more information on
I
that.
agree.
I think what sounds like what the rule is, once you commit the crime, your pension is forfeited from that moment in time. Whether we are entitled to reimbursement, we'd have to find out.
And we'll leave that to county councils. There was also a recent modification to that that expanded the types of convictions that was early on. Really, I think what you're getting at here, Supervisor, is the vast majority of these cases don't result in a criminal prosecution. So if we had, and many of these folks are already retired, and there is no criminal prosecution, then clawing back that pension is just impossible.
Yeah, and I'm asking because it goes back, I think, to the question raised by some of my colleagues about what really constitutes prevention. And, and that's a challenging because, the reality is can't imagine that there's a county employee in any department that doesn't understand that child abuse is illegal at the max, inappropriate minimally. So it's not lack of information. It is about power and control. And so what then do we do to make the consequence so severe that it would alter the behavior of someone who already knows that said behavior is inappropriate? So as we talk about prevention, like what is it really? Because I'm not sure what the training would entail to help people understand that taking advantage of vulnerable people who you are responsible for their daily movement from point A to B, access to food. I mean, that is a real controlled setting that exploiting that is inappropriate. So I appreciate there's training. I do think that we need to look into every option available to make the consequence so severe that it would alter a person's choice and behavior. I appreciate the importance of the investigation and due process in the event that we get to the end of the line with someone. And I think it sends a resounding message to all 119,000 of us about the consequences of inappropriate behavior.
Well, I personally appreciate that, and we are willing, open, and look forward to further conversations with respect to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public that wish to testify on this item.
Will the following individual please come forward and staff will assist you? Dr. Ezrul Mohammed. As a final reminder for remote participants to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 6, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. We'll caller 818-645. Your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin.
Lorena Gonzalez's bill, was funded by actually those lawyers, and it is being exploited. And when I heard the Cheetah explaining about the venture capitalists funding additional litigations, it really is paperwork, as I wrote in the Daily News. And the sad thing is, Zev was in the hall today, very touching for this. This has been going on for a very long time. The county and the county council, who get the longest, most sustained applause, have been doing stuff like covering it up with the very brave private counsel sitting to our left and right who helped us negotiate with these lawyers across the table. They made a terrible deal. It is absolutely unacceptable to the public, which is why they should have been in the room, that people who can't even speak into the microphone and be asked about the incident, it's all paperwork. This is an absolute travesty. And no disrespect to victims. There are victims every day and ongoing. So it was upsetting to hear probation saying it's a decade old. Probation, read the newspaper, sir.
Roy Humphreys, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Thank you, Roy Humphreys, Roland Heights, a Twilight Zone experience. I do respect the dynamics of the task before the present probation department leadership in dealing with decades of criminal corruption and wish them well. The supervisors, past and present, allowed felony sex crimes within their governance exhibit item 6, which was in public knowledge for decades, and extends to Men's Central Jail and more, which would bankrupt the morally bankrupt county in perpetuity. The county must establish an independent corrections department under a modified Penal Code 4025. Supervisor Barger's 35-year-old no knowledge comment is mind-boggling. having to be trained to report sex crimes of a staff notes the history of denial of La La Land. Supervisors must visit these lockups unannounced each week.
Thank you. Caller, please state your name. Your line is unmuted.
Yes. Yes, Mel Bailey, District 2. First, I want to start off by saying for those survivors that were actually victimized, these acts were just horrible and disgusting, and I agree with the punishments of whoever, may have been involved. Say that there are thousands of amazing county employees out there that have nothing to do with this and are bearing the brunt of this. I ask that if I know that there was a number given as far as investigations, but has notice been given to all of the employees who are under investigation? And the other part was already answered. How will the county exonerate the names of those employees who have been accused but are found to have been actually not guilty? And then also, are punitive measures going to be levied upon those who have fraudulently reported? And it'd be nice to know about the POBAR aspect. And 0.1% is too much, but it'd be nice to know. I may have missed the percentage of the employees who...
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for item 6 is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Dr. Mohammed, for the record. Chair and supervisors, this settlement reflects the same postvention and systemic risk logic documented in my ADA-protected interactive process meeting on January 21st, 2025, and in the Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline Prevention Framework, later entered into the county record. I also want to note, for provenance and continuity, that the County Equity Oversight Panel investigative files, including 2025-135038, 135756, and 133757, filed between February and September 2025, contain real-time evidence concerning preventable child abuse, child fatalities, and medication overexposure cases that were first raised during the same ADA protected process. These filings illustrate how early prevention failures escalate into both human and financial liability, aligning today's settlement with those existing...
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. Item 6 is before you.
Yeah, thank you. Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you asked the question about statute of limitations for criminal. The criminal statute of limitations for felony level sexual crimes for an adult is 10 years. If the victim was under 18, the prosecutor has to file charges by the individual's 40th birthday, and misdemeanors have shorter limitations.
Yeah, thank you for that. Supervisor Horvath actually sent me a chart with it because I knew that there was a statute of limitation. Just is ironic to me because if the intent of the legislation is accountability, you would think that the author would want to hold the perpetrator accountable. But I guess that was lost on her when she sponsored this legislation.
Madam Chair, can I follow? So any case where the abuse has been founded, does that get forwarded to the DA for prosecution?
We would forward any cases that we believe where
whether or not
we would just forward them and let the DA do his own
let him
investigation
deal
and
with it.
determination.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, with that, seeing no other comments, I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Solis, to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger? Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0. We will now move on to public comment on items not held by supervisors, including closed session matters and general public comment. At this time, we will hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all items not held for discussion by the supervisors, including closed session matters and general public comment. These consent items will be acted upon with one motion. For members of the public joining us remotely, to comment on these items, please use the raise hand feature if you are online, or press *3 if on a telephone. Please indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address in the beginning of your comment for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time.
We will now call, We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take remote speakers. This will be for items 7 and 8, closed session matters, and general public comment. Jayoa Braganca, Alyssa Tate, Dr. Ezrul Mohammed, Douglas Kim, Alyssa Tate, Jaime Montoya, Rosie Espinoza, Nicholas Carducci. Melissa Bumstead, please state the agenda items you are addressing and begin.
Comment, is this the appropriate time?
Yes.
This is for items 7, 8, and closed session matters, and we will be providing 1 minute and 30 seconds at maximum, but if you have one item, it will be 1 minute.
Okay, I apologize. This is for general public comment. I have a public comment for items not on the agenda.
Yes, you can speak now.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Bumstead. I'm with a group called Parents Against the Santa Susana Field Lab. I wanted to make the Board of Supervisors aware that Boeing has submitted their corrective measures study called the CMS, and the DTSC has released their statement of basis. We found some extremely alarming issues under these documents that will allow for Boeing to do minimal testing, 1 sample per 10 truckloads, before declaring the soil non-hazardous and sending it to California municipal landfills such as Simi Valley and Azusa. Comments are due to the DTSC by midnight, October 30th, and I would ask the board to submit a statement saying that this is unacceptable. We need comprehensive testing before any waste from the Santa Susana Field Lab reaches municipal
Thank
landfills.
you.
Thank you.
Kristen Munson, please state the agenda items you're addressing and begin. Kristen Munson, please begin. Okay. Next caller. Caller, please state the agenda items you're addressing and begin.
Mel Bailey, District 2. This question goes along the lines of the infrastructure of the city, and I wonder if there's any assessment or any evaluations that have been done to identify if the illegal fireworks that are regularly used, especially out here in my district, if there's anything that's being done to identify if those illegal fireworks are interfering with the infrastructure of our streets and our highways, which ends up costing taxpayers much more money down the road. So that's all I have, and potholes as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Munson, please begin. Please state the agenda items you are addressing and begin.
Okay, hi. This is for public comment, please.
Yes.
Right, so I'm also calling about the Santa Susana Field Lab. For those of you who may not know, it's on the Ventura-LA County border, where it was used for rocket testing and nuclear experiments, leaving back dangerous chemicals and radiation that causes cancer and other health problems. There's over 100 pediatric cancers that surround the Santa Susana Field Labs that we strongly believe are very linked to the residue, and the cleanup plan, as you heard, is due. Comments are due October 30th, and we're very, very concerned that the proposal is leaving behind a lot of contaminants. They're not even touching contaminants in more than 50 areas, and the plan currently assumes that the contaminants don't migrate off-site, which we certainly know and have seen to be the case, and especially if there's any wildfires, can also get into the water tables, and we're very concerned that the DTSC claims. Thank you.
Jenny Knack, please state the agenda items you're addressing and begin.
Comment. DTSC's released the waste characterization methods for Boeing's SSFL cleanup, and they threaten to underclassify the majority of excavated soils as non-hazardous waste. They state then they plan to dispose of 85% of the waste as hazardous and municipal waste facilities of Azusa and Simi Valley, which are unlicensed to receive hazardous or radioactive waste. Boeing CMS reports estimate that 85% of the soils will be characterized as non-hazardous. That's one sample per 150 cubic yards will be taken. That's essentially one sample per every 10 to 15 truckloads. 97 constituents of concern at SSFL are classified as hazardous by California regulation. 78 are deemed toxic, 38 extremely hazardous. We ask you to instruct DTSC staffers to mandate they test every truck.
Thank you. Roy Humphreys, please state the agenda items you are addressing and begin.
General public comment. The supervisors gang of 4 Democrats voted to spend tens of millions of dollars on illegal aliens, to include the second generation Biden group, while stabbing the legacy illegals in the back. Federal Democrats have chosen to impose and perpetrate a moral outrage stressor on the, quote, most vulnerable and underserved as a means to extort and continue fraudulent use of federal health funds. You created the monster for political gain. All things have endpoints, and thanks to President Trump and company, your criminal parasitic leeching will come to a just end. You aren't God protect President Trump from the assassins. Moral outrage is on the Democrats for holding the nation hostage as Democrats with the moral compass.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for these items is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hello, supervisors. Today I'm addressing items 7 and 8. Hi, my name is Alyssa Tate, and I'm here representing the American Communist Party. This past January, I lost my home of 8 years in the Eaton Canyon fire. My community, my belongings, and every family photo I owned are gone. Even though today's agenda focuses on continuing the state of emergency to rebuild infrastructure for survivors, the internal horror persists long after the flames are out. As a survivor and a mental health therapist, I know that healing a community's scars takes more than rebuilding walls. I support extending Public Contract Code 22050, but urge that it also cover mental health, trauma recovery, and community rebuilding, because real recovery means rebuilding people, not just property. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, good morning or good afternoon, esteemed members of the board. My name is João Bragança, and I'm also a member of the American Communist Party. I came here to discuss the Eaton fire disaster, but I noticed something when item 6 was also being discussed, that it seems like the legislatures are setting up laws that are just designed to pay the lawyers in these massive lawsuits, and they aren't doing anything to prevent anything. One of the supervisors asked, what can we do to keep these kids from getting abused again in these facilities? I would also ask the same question regarding the fires. What can we do to prevent these fires in the future? It just seems that nothing is being done to prevent these disasters, and it's all just going to end up in the pockets of lawyers. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jaime Montoya. I'm here with my Las Spa 3 team. During the last week's commission meeting, we were informed that county would not be absorbing LASA next year after moving its funding to the new LA County Department of Housing and Homelessness Services, thus laying off a lot of our homeless engagement teams. We would like to please ask if this could be reconsidered. Our outreach teams are essential in reducing homelessness. Pathway Home and Inside Safe are operations, two that our mayor has spoken highly of, which our teams have been the reason for their success. From utilizing evidence-based practices such as trauma-informed care and motivational interviewing, the teams engaged many unhoused neighbors into housing, where now our teams are facing the same fate of being homeless themselves. We have faced many emergencies such as wildfires, including the Palisade and Eden fires, COVID floods with heavy rain, and other emergencies that break out. I asked not to transfer everyone, but of course I ask if they may have the opportunity to at least apply first before the floodgates open.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicolas Carducci, and I want to speak for item 7 and 8. I and my 2 children need your help to reunite. Their lives are at stake. We seek justice for their abuse. I don't understand how long our government let my children to be abused and eventually killed until it's taking action to protect them. My 2 children were kidnapped and being held against their will by CPS based on false allegations, which I proved to be false. Kidnapping children and trafficking them is a business for DCFS. I and the children were persecuted, terrorized, and alienated by the DCFS and Children Family Court for speaking up against the alleged abuse. The DCFS and the court, who are supposed to protect the children, are abusing them. We were deprived by our constitutional rights and due process. The social worker and the mother threatened to put the children in the foster care if they could, and they will never see me again if they could complain against the abuse. As a result, my son has suicidal thoughts, and my daughter got heart problems because are not allowed to return to live with me. A DCFS social worker called me last week saying that the mother has the right to discipline the children because they were misbehaving. The mother of our children brutally beat up our children, threatening their lives, and carry out 2 deadly threats against them. The mother punched and kicked in the head 20 to 30 times as hard as she could our 10-year-old autistic son. She threatened.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Douglas Kim, and I'm also with the American Communist Party. Honorable City Council, the January fires in Palisades and Eaton exposed a crisis of neglected corporate greed. Chronic budget cuts have gutted the LAFD truck maintenance, leaving firefighters powerless. 9 months later, we're still in emergency mode under Section 22050, greenlighting no-bid contracts amid delays that cripple recovery. Rev Group, dominating 44% of the U.S. fire truck market and 85% of the LACFD's fleet, exploits this with predatory delays, up to 2 years for parts, pushing shoddy, overpriced Walmart of fire trucks. Firefighters report breakdowns mid-response, endangering lives. Since 2010, the private equity consolidation has created a monopoly, inflating costs and starving repairs. This isn't accidental, it's profit over people. So this is our chance to revolutionize public safety. Equity over exploitation, resilience over greed. Let's reclaim our firefighters' tools and protect every neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our time for public comment on these items.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the following items are before you, 7 and 8. These items are before you.
All right, that's moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the executive officer. Executive officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barker?
Aye.
Supervisor Barker, aye. Motion carries 5-0. We will now proceed with an adjournment. I believe you're first.
Yeah, this is going to be an all members. Supervisor Hahn and I would like to adjourn in memory of Dominic Gelate, Marine Corps veteran and businessman who passed away actually on September 12th, 2025. Dominic lived a rich life serving our country in the Marines and as an allied craft trade pressman printer. He loved donuts and coffee, and only after marrying his beloved wife, Wilma, did he learn to eat rice and vegetables and the other healthy foods she cooked for him. Dominic, who was Italian, always had a smile on his face and brought a fire to everything he did. He led by example and worked hard to provide for his family. He will be missed by all that knew him, and his mark on this world will forever be remembered by his friends and family. Dominic, survived by his wife, Wilma, and his 3 children, Dave Gelati, president of 1014, Cheryl, and Steve. Thank you. We'll take that as a motion and seconded with no objection. That'll be a unanimous vote on that item. Executive officer, please read us into closed session.
Members of the public, the board will now be going into closed session. In accordance with the Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given. The Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS2, conference with labor negotiators, Joe Nikita, acting chief executive officer, and designated staff, and item number CS3, public employee performance evaluation, as indicated on the posted and supplemental agendas.
All right, we are back in session. Executive officer, please read any reportable action.
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on October 28, 2025. Item numbers CS2 and CS3. No reportable action was taken.
All right, our next board meeting will be again at 11 o'clock, not 9:30, next Tuesday, November, what is it? 4th. November 4th at 11 o'clock. We are adjourned. Election day, that's right.